we go. But yes, so basically today we're gonna obviously catch up on the meta a little bit. I don't know, man. I think I'm gonna be a little bit underwhelmed by today's games. This is my instinct on it, just because genuinely, like, the matches we got to work were a lot better. Like, yeah, like the maps we got to watch on the weekend, just like, it was so much better than just going back to standard Dry Arabia, which is why I'm happy we'll be able to start off with some Dimu versus Recon, as they actually did have a scrim series before they got into the matches for the weekend. So I figured we'd actually hop in on that. We'd check out them trying out some of the new maps. I think they played a playoff 5, and there was some moving out in there as well. So that's a nice way to kick us off. After that, we will have a little scrape on the ladder, see what we can find, who is actually going to be active. I think Louis is playing some games, has played some games in the last few hours. I think Recon is actively grinding right now as we speak. And then I think some people like Killjadi are also online. Look good today? Thank you, man. I feel mostly better. I still, like, it's almost just like the aftermath feeling of, like, I don't trust that I'm okay now, because it was pretty bad. But yeah, yeah. Hopefully, I don't feel like that again for a long bloody time. But I can still, I don't know. I don't know if the heat is just kicking up or if there's actually kind of like aftermath sweats type feeling. But yeah, I definitely feel absurdly hot right now, actually. But so I think Recon and Dimu have been actually practicing with each other before their games on each day, which is kind of cool. But what we'll start off with is, oh, do we go normally and start off with like Gorge? English versus Delhi? Nah, dude, straight into moving out. Malian versus Yuji. You know I have to take that one. So Recon goes for the Malians. It's kind of intriguing. Oh, by the way, I should probably highlight like plans for the week in terms of what we're going to do for streaming. So obviously today, ta-da! Wow, that one's a big surprise. You never would have seen that one come. Tuesday, Thursday, Friday. I'm weighing it up if I do Friday, because I really want to go do some bouldering on Friday anyway. Like, I need to start getting fit. If I do a stream on Friday, and I think I will try to get one up, it'll probably be, we'll start a little bit earlier. So maybe we start at like, 2 hours in the past from now, and then it'll be like a 5-hour stream. So we'll see about that. Because the other thing is, like, not only do I want to actually try to, get a little bit in shape, but the other thing is I should be working both days on the weekend. I'm waiting to confirm that, and whether that is going to be both days on AoE 4 or one day on Overwatch, one day on AoE 4. But like, that's why I'm going to balance it out a bit. Like, you don't want to burn yourself out too much. Back days of casting, especially considering that we are a little bit of a monster, and sometimes we just do weirdly long streams because I'm psychotic like that. Sometimes it just requires enough games going around. You were sick? Yeah, I wasn't feeling too good. It was, I mean, I couldn't eat. Couldn't bring myself to eat. Then it was migraines, sweats. Like, it just kind of went through all the different motions was the painful part. So I'm still not sure what it was exactly. My mum's Giga Brain was like, oh, you clearly drunk too much. I was like, Mum, I had 2 vodka shots and a triple sec shot. That's not a lot. So I don't know what it was. I wondered if it was food poisoning, but considering the headaches, I'm wondering if it was migraines, which is worrisome. I haven't really had migraines since, not like regularly since high school. I very rarely get them. And they're stress-induced, which, I mean, it's kind of a stressful time in esports, but, hopefully, whatever it was, one off, and rest of the year healthy. Fingers crossed. Allergy? I don't think so, because, like, the thing, like, she tried, I think she's trying to argue that angle, but, like, I had triple sec before. I've had triple sec, I had Contro, never had a problem with it. So, it's like, if it was an allergy to, like, orange liqueur, it would have happened before. Right, and the vodka, like, I've bought and drank that vodka time and time again, so that doesn't make sense. I don't know. I'm not sure what it was. It's still an enigma to me. I think those are the worst ones, is when you actually don't know what the hell caused it. It's even more worrisome because you're like, uh-oh. Anything I could still be doing could cause it again. So that's a horrible thought. But yeah. I mean, yeah, I don't know. Like, I don't know if I'd say I've lucked out. Like, I have been ill in broadcast before. I guess I hide it. I don't know. Like, that's not... in some ways, that was... I mean, that wasn't the worst one. I think in AoE 4, the worst one I've had was actually at Rebel Warlord. Because at Rebel Warlord, I practically lost my voice. Like, my throat was completely cursed. I don't know why, to this day. Like, I drank some wine before we started, like, the broadcast days. But, like, half a bottle of wine shouldn't have done that. But, like, I remember just waking up and I could... there was, like, nothing in my throat. That was the event where I discovered rooibos tea. In fact, if it wasn't for rooibos tea, good old red tea, I probably wouldn't have, like, survived that event from a casting perspective. Because I just genuinely, like, you couldn't talk, you couldn't feel. Game knowledge is legendary? Oh, thank you, man. And thank you all the other people who were saying that. Like, I know some people came in and saying it. But yeah, it's I do kind of hate when my knowledge gets to that point. And what I mean by that is I want a new patch. Players who've grinded hard to try and figure this one out don't, but I do kind of just want a new patch. If this tournament had been a tournament with like Dry Arabia and Highview and Lipany, like just basically normie, like Elite Classic, I would have been so clocked out and demoralized because it's just not fun, in my opinion. Doing this, like, I think I even said on the broadcast, I flat out said I'd rather Dry Arabia's not in a tournament. I know there's going to be players flipping the table at that, but like, dude, when you sin it, you've seen it, right? Like, a new patch drop, sure, but like when it's nothing has changed and you're watching Dry Arabia for 4 months straight, I think there's like sometimes a disconnect behind what makes a good competitive game and what makes an entertaining game. And if you don't actually respect both boundaries, you fail to appease either. Like, if you give everything to one, you alienate the other and the whole system collapses. So, like, it's always a balancing act, right? That's why Dry Arabia is still in there. Like, the interesting part, by the way, is no one's picking Hill and Dale. No one's picking King of the Hill, rather. I do think Hill and Dale shouldn't be in there. I think Hill and Dale is a trash map. We've seen about 6 or 7 games on that map, and I think only one of them was entertaining, and it's because it was almost memey. It was the one where CSO woodwalled in his opponent in the qualifier. I think it was Cat. That was the only one. Like, every other one, I was like, dude, I literally, these are different civs, but I've seen this exact same scenario 2+ years ago, right? Do you get any insights from devs about when patches will land? I mean, if you're good at reading constellations and horoscopes, then sure. Did they just, like, they don't tell you when shit's happening. It's all just like, a patch will drop in 4 weeks. Shit, someone's gonna clip that. I mean, reasonably, a patch should drop in 4 weeks and a day, right? If the devs drop a patch before the tournament is finished, they are morons. Okay, that's a bit harsh. Whoever made that decision is a moron, though. Because, like, you're contradicting your flagship element in your game, which is your esports scene, right? So you can't do that. What do the bones say, Killer Pigeon? They say, we need to find a new game. Time to become a Dota 2 caster again. Dude, I'm not going to lie, actually. I was kind of tempted on that. So the Dota 2 TI qualifiers start soon. I did get an itch. I was like, man, would be a blast from the past to catch up on some Dota 2. Because I think, yeah, the open qualies for NA, EU, and SEA start today. And then SA, Western Europe, and China are the 5th. Damn, that's kind of tempting. Hey, sup, Gully? A good synergetic fit. I think everyone brings, like, something different and quirky, right? Like, Winston is the banterish elements. Kraken and me gel really well, bounce off each other, and, like, I think you get probably the deepest analytical discussions there, which is to be expected. I think I said to Kraken about this before, like, you know, I think he does much better when he just leans harder into the analysis, because he's really bloody good at it. Like, there's some people that shouldn't have to worry about handling, like, play-by-play, and he should feel like one of those people. It's not your it's not your speciality. It shouldn't be, anyway. Like, dude, the knowledge he has is fantastic. But, like, I say that because I noticed it happens all the time with other casters in AoE4. Like, AoE4 is just not a game that requires much in the way of, like, insanely high play-by-play. I also think everyone wants to have those insanely high play-by-play moments because they think it's the moneymaker that gets them big gigs, but it's just not true. You can make anything sound like over the top, really impressive. I mean, like all I'll say is like, there's no need to like highlight one doing bad over others, right? Just praise. Like, I'd rather someone just say the one that is their favorite and just not go anywhere else. It kind of rubbed me up the wrong way. Like, I glanced Reddit when I was like, so I glanced Reddit when I was not feeling well, and that didn't make me feel any better because Reddit, dude, I don't know what it is about Reddit. Reddit just hates me. I'm convinced Reddit just hates me because like there was a Reddit thread about what's that? Let me find it about Litter and where is he? All right. I was like, oh, that's cool. I wonder what like people think. Like, what tinfoil hats on. What do they think Litter is doing? Where does he exist, right? And at first, it was like, oh yeah, I think he's doing that. I think he's doing this. It's like, oh yeah, blah 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 blah. And then it just turned into what I can only describe as cringe mudslinging, which is why I always hate what Reddit can turn into. Because, like, people seem to misunderstand you can actually be nice to something or someone without taking a crap on something else. It's like, you know, I think I like to believe I've done a really good job of that. I will tease people, we'll have a little bit of fun, I'll mock myself as well, all this kind of stuff, right? We do the bants. But I'd never go in on someone toxic. That's just not how I do it, right? And yes, Recon, we're going to be casting the move out. Of course we are, my friend. But, like, this is the exact kind of cringe that, like, just get a life, right? So, like, you know, like, this is fine. No offense to other EGC casters, they're great too, but Lidcor's my fave. Good. That's a good start, right? He wants to know what his boy Lid is doing, right? Some old blah blah. But then this. So that, you know, that's once again, that's fine. You're not saying someone's crap yet, right? You're just saying, I like KP and Crackety. I like Dabston and Tenfoot. It's all wholesome so far, right? I had a smile on my face. Like, look at that, man. Everyone's got fans. Everyone's got people that like them. Personally, I find him talks too much without adding anything interesting. Crackety here is probably my favorite. You don't need to do this. And dude, I'm saying this about someone who's like, KP's more entertaining. like, thank you. But at the same time, like, you know, I mean, I guess, like, so what I'll say about this is at least he's trying, I guess he's trying to be, like, productive, like, you know, as in provide criticism and a feedback. Like, I would like him instead to be, like, you know, more, this isn't too bad. Like, this guy's actually not too bad. I'm not just saying that because he was nice to me. Like, thank you, fan. But this is where, like, this is what I'm talking about. This is not productive at all. Like, Bolt-Eyed, you're on my shit list, mate. Like, because you just, like, you lack the brain cells to actually articulate a real criticism. KP is ugh. That's true, actually. I was sick right now, so maybe he was just, maybe that's what he meant. And then maybe these other people just misunderstood him. Because I literally only watch EDC on days when KP isn't on. I'm afraid in the same. Okay, once again, dude, like, I mean, this is the thing. I mean, maybe I just don't resonate with people who have less brain cells than they have fingers, because these people can't even write a proper sentence. I don't mind what he says, but it's how he says it, and the forced laugh. Tone it down 50%. Dude, it's my laugh. Sorry that I have a laugh that is like that. I can't help it. But you know what? Rent-free in your head. Big shout out to my boy Kaiser Johan. He gets it. There are better ways of providing feedback. This was Kaiser Johan's very polite way of saying stop being a douche nozzle, right? Then, so then, you know, It's not feedback. I'm aware that I'm the minority. Yeah, so you know it's not feedback. So just stop being a prick, right? Like, you know, you can say you don't like me, fine, but here's a better idea. Why not put that energy into channeling who you do like? I just don't get it, right? Like, people seem to misunderstand that you can actually get recognition on people you like without shitting on other people. Actually, I think that the biggest polarizing, stupid thing about people that do this, what they don't realize, they probably think they're like helping the person they like getting hired or whatever by taking a crap on someone else. You're actually not, because what you're kind of subconsciously saying is the person you believe in isn't good enough without you crapping on someone else. That's what it actually comes across as, right? If you believe in your person so much, ride their dick. Don't chop someone else's off. It's so dumb. Yeah, I like KP, but sometimes I feel like he acts like he has god level game knowledge. I mean, I watch more games than almost anyone else in AoE 4. And I'm going to be real with you guys. And I think the initial shock, there'll be a recoil, and then you'll nod and agree. AoE 4 is not really the most complicated game to follow and dissect. I used to give it a lot of praise for this. You know, when people came in, they're like, wow, you're really informative. Like, am I? And then I thought about it for a bit. It's like, actually, yeah, like, and that's not a bad thing, by the way. Being a hard game to follow, process, and analyze and predict isn't necessarily bad, right? Because that can make it more approachable. Like, compared to Dota 2, right? Even CSGO, like these type of games, like 10 times harder. And what's up, Boo? Thank you very much, man,
Thanks
for the
for the
resub.
casting.
But, like, you know, these... Calling him a know-all is probably too harsh, but he's not far off that. Like, does that mean because I'm almost right? Like, I don't... I mean, actually, like, many times when I'm wrong, I'll literally just sit there and I'm like, great, I'm wrong. Like, we had it, like, the other day. It's like, well, I miscalled that. I even called myself out. But it's like, I don't think... Like, blame this more on the state of the game than, like... And the fact we don't get more regular patches than me just being a know-all. Like, I don't know. That to me, I don't see that as, like, an insult. It's like, congrats. Like, so I know my job. But, yeah, like, some of these were just... Oof. I just... It reminded me why I just don't go on Reddit very often, because just, like I said, some of these are fine where it's like, yeah, my favorite combo, and then like, oh, this is my favorite combo, right? But there were genuinely some where it was just toxic. Like, here we go. Look, I love blah, 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 right? You pretty much already said you don't like me, Mr. Vipey, you dickhole, but like, the KP meh thing at the end is completely pointless. Once again, you've just devalued how good you think these people are because you had to take a dump on someone else. And I'm not just saying this because it's me, dude. It's like, I'd say it the other way around as well. Like, you know, Farman here is the best for me. I like that he gives some a bit different. Even his game strat knowledge isn't, yeah. So, like, let's get, like, he actually praises and he says, you know, that's something for Farman to improve on. If, for example, like I'd say once again, like if you literally was here like, Farman sucks, it's a problem, right? But like also, once again, you genuinely can just praise something without like criticizing someone else. Cracks and superior, KP are superior, then comes Lidical and I really cannot stand. Like, don't do this. This is completely unnecessary. And this, like, here you go. This is what I wanted, like, roop up because I'm not just literally piling on the people that have a problem with me. Why are you shitting on Tim, dude? Like, it's unnecessary. Literally just target the person that you like. It's so unnecessarily toxic. It's why I typically have avoided Reddit since the early Dota 2 days, because they were like Dota 2 was like this as well. It's the kettle stack EP. But by the way, guys, I'd like to remind you, I would like to remind all of you, this was a Lidical, where is Lidical, Fred? And it just turns into this. Acts like a professional entertainer, which is annoying. That's literally my fucking job title. Okay, not literally, but it's categorically my job title, you dolt. Yeah, so... It's I don't like I mean I thought it'd be entertaining to go through this. I think I am losing brain cells just reading it, but you know, I sat there for a sec and I was like, I don't feel like I have many like people like gunning the other way where it's like KP's the best, the other person's shit. And I like to think it's because I've cultivated a non-toxic community and not just that actually everyone does hate me. So I'm going to lean into the former, even if it's delusional, but like, I go out of my way to always say this. I said it around the whole Lidical and Nilly thing like 2 years ago. Like, the Lidical fans were wrong, dude, because they didn't bolster up their boy. They made him look shitter. because they had to take a dump on someone else to make him look good. That's not how you make something look good. That's like the most sleazy salesman strategies in the world. It's like, well, you should buy our keyboards because they're not as shit as, oh, sorry, I'm going to have to beep it so I have future sponsor opportunities. You should buy our keyboards because they're not as shit as, but brand, right? It's like, that's what you're doing. You're not really convincing me that like your move's the right move. I don't know, man. It's just always so and this is, by the way, the thing that I found interesting about this is a across the board thing in modern social media. It's not just something exclusive to Reddit. It's not something just exclusive to casters. People seem to have a hard time articulating positivity around things they like. People are so much quicker to highlight something they hate than something they enjoy. Right? Absolutely wild. Am I making £1 doing this? Dude, I am a professional entertainer. I said it a few years ago. Like, I got into game design because I like the idea of immersing people in worlds, right? Of creating an experience that transcends them, right? I like to entertain them. And when I started casting and I loved it so much, I realized, oh, no, I do like the entertainment. I do love the narrative molding, right? Those are the things. Of course, I'm a freaking entertainer. But like, yeah, like I tell you what, mate. If you're not one of these, you're probably not gonna get hired in my job. It's almost like he wants someone who accidentally dick slips on a broadcast, and then just like beats a dolphin off camera. I don't get what this like that criticism even is, to be honest with you. Let me catch up in chat quick. Yeah, that's what I mean. Like, I don't know. Maybe, dude, maybe I just need to equip you all and send you in to, like, toxicize the entire internet. I don't know. Like, it's weird because, okay, so one thing, when I get out of gold to Conk, Corv, when I get a PC sponsor, and I'll do my own Bigisha to Conk only challenge. I genuinely think it's easy. But, like, I don't know, man. It's like, I was talking to someone in StarCraft, and this intrigued me. They said that certain TOs genuinely just look at Reddit as a gauge, and YouTube comments as a gauge for whether they should hire someone back or not. And I was like, what? Because that bewildered me. Because I kind of get it, because it's hard to have different things to kind of dissect on whether you should hire someone back, right? Like to get substantial like details that really matter, like metrics that matter. But like the reality, that's like crazy, considering we live in an age where people are 10 times more likely to say something negative than positive. And I don't know if that's like us if that's a gaming culture thing or if that's a modern social media thing, but it's truth. And anyone like I don't think I'd be surprised if anyone tries to debate that, because like it's legit, flat out. I think the truth that people are much more aggressive about something they dislike than something they like. Are you going to make me put the Rampart background on? All right, one sec. But yeah, and I don't know. It's like, I do wonder, because it's like there may be some truth to it as well. Because when I think back to how I began my Dota 2 career, there was a Reddit thread that popped off that people liked me. And then I got contacted by Dream League. So, you know what you got to do, guys? I need you all to make 5 Reddit accounts. Make sure you get that Surfshark account so it doesn't know that you're making fake accounts. And we're gonna pump up some we're gonna pump up some Reddit threads. KPR me, yeah. I mean I have like I remember I had a discussion with someone. I won't say who it was. It was like a year or two ago, and then like you need to kind of weaponize your fan base. I was like, what does that even mean? It's like people tend to like drive their crowd towards something and support something, and I was like, I don't like this idea of just using the people that put their faith in me. That always felt weird to me. Like, there's a difference between like providing a service, but like just weaponizing them just feels weird. I don't know. I don't know. You guys do look like good bullets. But yeah. Wait, what were we doing? Oh, that's right. Corvinus want that background. Dude, you're making me open wallpaper engine? Jesus Christ, my PC is not that good. Oh, you little castle fanboy. Yo, Corv, I noticed you were playing some HOM while queuing for matches. Why no Songs of Conquest, dude? Oh, dude, what the hell? Why is this lagging so much? I think it's AoE4 being classic lag fiesta. But let me scroll to it and we'll get the castle background. Oh my god, dude, it's so slow to load. Alright. Wait, why is it not here? Okay, that's weird. One second. So I need to do a window capture. And then wallpaper engine. Okay, so... And it didn't even work. Nani? Nani? Is that the one? Dude, it's not even working. I don't know if you're going to get it. You're never going to get it. Not this time. You never... Damn it. It's stuck in my head. Wait. Did I use game capture instead, maybe? It's wholly possible. One sec. So if we go full cam, because I have someone in full cam that's set up for that. No, it should just work. Okay, so let's just try... One sec. We go back to this scene. We should just be able to then indoctrinate it. I don't know why I said indoctrinate like that, but yes. All right, there we go. There we go. The background is so dope. I don't exist anymore. Oh my god, dude. Like, my PC is so in need of replacement. I can genuinely feel the lag even just trying to do this. It's kind of crazy. Part of that is definitely on AoE4 being about as, you know, optimized as Windows Vista. But yeah, it's a bit choked. All right, there you go. We got there. We done it. We done it! The old is better? I mean, dude, you should try Song of Conquest. You will be surprised. When is Pesty casting his cell Surfshark the whole... Dude, I kid you not. Like, I mean, he pretty much messaged me midway through the day, and he might as well just said, I will give you anything. I will do anything. Anything for you if you get 5 sales of Surfshark today. Actually, his exact words were, I'll grant you 3 wishes. So I hope you guys bought, because I'm going to wish for more money, and more money. And technically, Discord messages are contractually binding, because the data is publicly exposed. Yeah, if you guys ever like nurse that, like it's kind of interesting that people do like NDA related stuff in Discord, considering Discord's data is actually like it's publicly accessible, if I remember correctly. I remember reading this somewhere. Like it's not properly protected. Hi YouTube, look at you guys. Hello. Oh, thank you. Look at that. Thank you, Kelvin. You liked when I was casting Dota 2. I do want to try to get back involved in Dota 2. Doesn't mean I'm going to stop doing AoE4, but you know, I think I do miss it. Like, I cast some of it the other week with my boy Pycat, and I had an absolute blast, even though the games are super stompy. Click the link. Wasn't sure if that helps. I think I'm not sure. It depends on the metrics. I think their particular metrics are more on sales conversion. So, like, basically, companies will have a value that they assign, that like the desirable value of like a sponsorship segment. There's typically 2 types of sponsorships that fit into tournament slots. There is sales-driven ones, and there are brand exposure-driven ones. So like a Razer, for example, would be a brand-driven one. They just want to have their name everywhere and associate with anything great. Something like Surfshark is going to be more sales-driven. So to make a choice on whether they want to, you know, push more money in, there's going to be like, okay, did we make enough back out of this? Dota AoE4 tough choice. I know, right? I mean, like, I think I said what I kind of want to do as well is like see if there's maybe some upcoming like strategy games. Oh my god, this is so laggy, dude. Because you know what? Like, I'm wondering. I mean, people always ask me to play games. Maybe we need to find some. EGC needs a energy drink sponsor. I mean, dude, like if they're doing the Red Bull thing, that's kind of difficult though, right? You can't have that. So yeah. But like, I think Homeworld 3 was trash apparently, right? It's like someone said it was really bad. Yeah, dude. Like, so I'm sorry. I'm gonna have to close that wallpaper manager because I think it's lagging me. Let's have a look. I think the wallpaper. Yeah, dude. Genuinely, wallpaper engine says it takes like 3% your CPU and then eats everything. GPU sponsor. I mean, dude. I've said to people before, if they've got contacts, I'm always willing to hear out potential sponsorship places. It also helps me in like the things I'm trying to set up behind the scenes. So I'm trying to like get deals for some content creators. So if you do know someone, yeah, we never got around to playing Manor Lords actually because they sent me a key when I went on holiday. But apparently Homeworlds was really, really bad. Like everyone was underwhelmed with it. Like actually, I was wilded out because when I checked on Twitch, whoa, stream inception. But I think Homeworld 3 had like one person playing it. Yo, shoot with the question, Kaiser. Borrow $10 from your dad and lost that. Then you borrow $5 from your friend and bought a $2 candy and pay other $3 to your dad so he doesn't break your legs, of course. So I must pay $7 more to my dad and $5 to my friend. And I bought $2 candy. It's equal $14, but I've borrowed $15. What's going on? Eh? You pay $7 to your dad still. You have to pay $5 to your friend. That equals $12. Yeah, what are you on about? Yo, what's up, Corvinus?
Best-selling Diu-Recon. It is hugely popular and anticipated. Especially bringing new depth and variety to the game specific sales vigorous. Indicating it as the best-selling Diu-Recon have not been explicitly confirmed in the source. Available.
I'm sorry. Did my text-to-speech just have a heart attack? What? Is it because of the lag? I don't even know what that was. Dude, I'm trying to remember, like, because it's the built-in thing for was it? Is it on Stream Elements? I have it for the donos. Thank you again, Corvin. Appreciate that. Yeah, Streamlabs. So like that's the default Streamlabs one, right? I don't understand. I think it's probably because we're alt-tabbed out of AoE4. Like, AoE4 genuinely hogs your entire CPU and GPU the moment you clock out. It's crazy. Dude, you killed my AI. Like, Jesus, Skynet can never rise now. Corvinus is savior of the universe. Homeworld is like drunkenly watching a huge firework display and being told you're supposed to be controlling some of them. Okay. Yeah, that whole thing before, like, dude, you're at $12 still owed, right? So I don't know where you're getting to 14. You're at $12 still owed. The $2 candy doesn't matter at all. You have $14 total in equity, but the candy isn't going to resell, and you're actually at $12 to return. But you borrowed 15 originally. You just paid free back. You're that guy, Beastie play with him. Wait, I don't know what you're talking about. I don't play with Beastie. I watch all of Beastie's games. In a way, I play with him from afar. In a way, I've never lost to Beastie. Technically, in an indirect way, I've actually beat Beastie. I think it was, am I detached by 5 from a win over Beastie? Where did Lidicor go? I think he went to the bathroom and then went to work. Yeah. Oh, you didn't catch that, Crackety. I was coming in like this whole thing. Oof, yeah, don't worry, man. You missed my entire rant about how like unnecessarily toxic people are when they try to praise other things. Was there anything else worthy happening on AoE 4 in the last like few weeks? Probably not, right? I don't even know why I'm bothering to check. There's a new LAN? Whoa. Hold up. Cal never mentioned this. Where's my invite? I'm basically in America, if you think about it, right? Because like America was formerly like the UK colonies, so like, and I'm British, so I'm just saying. $5,000. Damn. Oh, I see how it is, Cal. So Scandinavians are poor, huh? $2,000 for the Scandinavians? Yeah, there you go, Cracker. Dude, that's the exact sort of stuff I'm talking about. Like, people are just so dense, they don't realize you can actually, like, praise something without dumping on something else. It's just so unnecessary. It drives me nuts every time. And, like, dude, and sometimes, like, I don't know what the problem is. We're praising you. It's like, no, dude, you're talking crap about my friends. You're talking crap about my colleagues. People that I look up to. Or people that I respect, right? And if I beat them to an event, if I get an event over them, I don't want it to be because some little knob jockey sitting in a basement halfway around the world, like, downplayed their talents. I want it to be because my talents were good enough. Like I said, you're just like you're trying to default win someone, but like a default win sucks because it means that there's no competition or something, right? Like it's that type of feeling that it gets. I don't understand where people think they're helping. So lands in America, dude, that's going to be expensive, right? I mean, I assume it's just for Americana, right? Wait, I just saw. Yeah, dude. Actually, fair point. Drongo, where's the Australian land? All right, you gotta get hot out of retirement, dude. Is this happening? Are we rising up for regional lands? Anyone want to do a Brexit land? Recon? Brexit land? Winner gets fish and chips? It's all like an off-ramp pour. Anyway, I think we're about ready to get into game. Damn, I realized we had that little talk for like, what, been live for 40 minutes already? All right, that went on longer than I expected, but I don't think that's a bad thing, man. Like I said, I think that it's quite refreshing when you get to have conversations like this. Adds a little bit of variety to the streams. Can God make a stone? He can't. Dude, we're not getting into God theories here. Unless you believe in the one true savior, Zeus, in which case he can lift anything up. He's the man with a plan. All right, so catch up and chat and hop in. We should have a UK land with like millions of pounds from Pesty. Yeah, that's true, dude. Like Pesty sounds British to me, but is he really British if he doesn't put £1 million behind a land? Clearly not. Clearly not. You're gonna cast tournament games that only everyone already watched? Wait, these aren't tournament games, dude. These were scrim games between Recon and Dimu. Dude, I don't double cast. You should know that. Like, who was it? Dimu played Louis, right? And then Recon played Puppy Paw. This is the scrims that Recon and Dimu had on the Sunday before the live games. So, thought that would be the fun thing to check on because I don't know about you guys, but I'm actually freaking bored of Dry Arabia. I'm actually growing in confidence with how much I say it sucks now. Is it competitive? Yes. Is it the fairest map? Yes. Does that mean it's fun to watch? No. All right. Only people living in the UK right now can enter? Damn, dude. You just really don't want to lose to Dimu, huh? Is that foreboding? I wonder. I'm going to say it's going to get me cancelled in the AoE Force Sphere, but I am sick and tired of Dry Arabia. Take it away. I don't want it back. I have simply just seen too many games, which is why this is a wonderful sight for my eyes. The wonderful Brits, Dimu and Recon on moving out. This is going to be a fun one. So we're checking in on the meta ahead of Master of Realms. This was actually a scrim played before their officials on the weekend, and they played a bunch of the maps that were going to feature. I, for one, absolutely adore this map. I think Kaivalue has done a wonderful job. At first, I thought it was just going to be a messy meme, but it's actually quickly proving to be very bloody enjoyable to watch, and this is a wonderful sight. Juji expected. Marlians, on the other hand, is kind of spicy. And I'll explain why in a sec, because we need to talk about the map first to get into why Marlians works pretty cool here. Moving Out is a map where you start on the same island, separated by a thin veil of wood that you can walk around, by the way. And there is nothing else on the island. There's fish all around on the pond. But if you want to get gold, you want to get stone and more wood, you have to go out to the mainlands here, which means you have to play a transport ship at some point. And that's pretty important considering the gold isn't on the center island. It means you're going to have to leave the center island, with the exception probably being Juji and Chinese that have ways of generating. But I remember saying the other day that I thought Malians were pretty interesting here. In fact, Recon, did you take any inspiration from that? Because I could have sworn you were one of the people in the chat went, oh yeah, I forgot about that. Because Malians have a pretty cool play, guys. See, Malians' transport ship throws javelins when you garrison units inside. This is something that wasn't actually done for very long. When the Civ first came out, people thought it was going to be OP for Malians, and then they quickly realized, actually, Doom on the other side is the one that talked to me about this. He's like, it seems really bad, but just don't panic. Because once you realize that they're idling 5 of their villages to make that play, the transport ship play sucks. Now, in that case, what makes it different on this map? Well, what makes it very different is your opponent's going to play out of his base anyway. So if you transport ship, you could actually transport ship, follow over to their side, and follow to wherever they're gathering gold. It's not actually a bad play here. And you can even have follow-up plays, like let's say, for example, you go for Sahara Outpost drop here to block out their gold indefinitely. Or you just outpost rush from the low ground, because they try to rush you in, you can always just walk back to the transport ship and hurl javelins, right? So you get this kind of cool stalemate that they can't ever really truly prevent. On top of that, you can still use that transport ship to deny fishing with all those javelin throwers. And the coolest thing to me is the fact that these transport ships don't take bonus damage from any boat type. So they don't die quick. In a way, although they're a very expensive ship, they're a very hard to kill ship until your opponent has scale. It's happening, dude. He's going for the play. 5 villages in the transport ship, and the timing on this, he could actually get a kill on one of Dimu's villages. And he's not going to know. Javelins not being thrown yet. He has got the 3.75 tile range, and it looks like he's going to get it. Oh, first blood drawn already. Well played, Mr. Trash Panda. And he is going across for the fishing now. This is cool because he's so early on this, his opponent hasn't pulled out for gold yet. This is going to make it much harder. In the meantime, also, keep in mind that Dimu doesn't have enough garrison spots to protect his fishing. Recon does need to be a little bit careful of that TC, but chase is on now. So remember, he is now idling out 5 villages to chase 3 fishing boats. He might find more, though. Wait, are you kidding me? Ooh, Juji build speed, huh? Looks like he should be fine here. Fishing boats are getting idled up again. So this is where it starts to get a little bit not worth. I actually think the move here for Recon is to camp on this side, send the transport ship over, ungarrison 2 to go on gold, and then you just keep harassing, because then you're like idling out 3 villages to hit 3 fishing boats, right? That's not too bad. And on top of that, when your opponent goes for a transport ship play, you're in a position to block it. This right now feels a little bit dicey. And this is exactly why the Malian transport ship play fell off, right? It's like when you mathed it out, it didn't seem worth it. Instead, though, it looks like he wants to go for the burn down. How long does it actually take you to burn through a dock with this many torches? So let's round down to 2 and be generous here. So you're doing 50 damage every 2 seconds. So that ends up being, what? 1.5k damage a minute. So it's taking you a little bit over a minute to burn down a dock with this many units. But because it's 5 villagers, you're missing out on roughly 40 resources per, so 200 resources. So you're that's kind of bad, right? Like, you're burning 150 resources, but you're spending 200. Because you're sacrificing 200 and gathering at least here. And considering how quickly the Juji can build them up... I guess the extra trade-off, though, is like... You have to remember your opponent is gathering the resources and then using it like this for you to just burn it down. Plus, he did walk very far out. So burn through is going to come in, and it looks like Dimu is going to be going for the meditation garden on the central island. We actually saw this from Puppy Port on the weekend. It's kind of intriguing how many players are leaning into this instead of going out for a better medi garden. Kind of a bit shocked, actually. Like, the value you get in some of these spawns, things like this, for example, like gold, stone, berries, and the wood. Stone especially is high value here because you can easily just outpost up. How did I miss everything OP? Okay, Recon, explain. We've literally been watching. You're back with the transport ships, hurling jabs again. Congrats. We've seen you do this before. Are you going for the dock drop? Oh, you went for a second transpo. Yeah, but you say it's OP. It's more villagers idled, right? I wonder if you would have been better off building a racks. Ah, yes. This looks very OP. No. Rico's like, more javelins, more javelins. Okay, this strat would be OP if you could build TCs in Dark Age. Oh, dear. So Recon gonna have to cancel the dock and back away. So this is the thing, though, about the transport ship, right? It's not going to die straight away. In theory, if you can gap close on these junks, you can kill them. But, like, closing on them is very difficult. 1.5 movement speed compared to the 1.75. The cool thing about Marlians that makes them a bit more competitive is the movement speed on the docks, though. But it's so hard to just gap close even at that point. It requires a little bit of negligence on the opponent's side. Transport's coming again, though. This is so much idle EK. So... The problem is, like, this strategy which Recon's employed works against a lot of civs. I just don't think it works against Yuji in Chinese. And you're seeing exactly why, right? Like, you're going, wait, how did Dimu tech up? He never built a transport ship. Oh, taxation, right? That's the big difference that the civ has and China has that other civs can't really rival. And you have to remember, Yuji need even less gold, right? Because the 15% Tang Dynasty discount. So... yeah, kind of a tough one to justify here. I like the Malian idea. I think that the Chinese usually pick to do just hard counter them, though. Also, I'm starting to realize when Recon says you missed everything, he legit means, like, if you miss a butterfly fluttering, he'll call you out missing everything. Apologies we didn't see you rush your dock up and kill a villager or block out a villager up there. I'm more interested in what you're going to do next, though. Yeah, see what I mean with that extra movement speed? It is quite crazy. 1.72 compared to 1.75. It's like, if your opponent does neglect a tool, you will catch, but it does require them to not be paying attention. Dun, 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 dun. I actually feel like that's the appropriate music here. So transport ships here just to basically scout now. Recon did move out. He has got the pit mine set up, and he is playing on the mainlands now. This isn't actually a bad map for Malians from that perspective, by the way. Looks like in most cases you do get enough room around the big pit mines to just fully house them, so it works out quite nicely. And yeah, transport ships are surprisingly tanky. I think people just kind of forget. It's a 400 health unit that has no counterplay, right? So like remember demos, for example, they get bonus damage against massive. I like how they recategorized it, by the way. The reason they've done this, and someone can correct if I'm wrong, I think demos now do bonus damage against Grand Galleys and Galleasses because they used to not. This word tool used to say broadside, which meant that it would do extra damage against springled ships, it would do extra damage against carracks, but it wouldn't do extra damage against galleys or galleasses because they shot out the front. But yeah, when you look at like transport ships, like our ships, well, they get the most damage versus incendiary, right? But when you look at transport ship, it's tag as ship. So you basically need outposts to deal with it. Demo play, not going to work out there against Dimu. Dot crawl continuing now on the south side. Dimu's got him in quite an uncomfortable position here, right? I mean, Recon, the issue is these demo plays really require a bit of ignorance on Dimu's side to hit, because there's no real pressure coming from the fleet yet. It's a cool idea, though. Like, demo ships, in theory, should be able to hit quite easily because of the extra movement speed, but one of the tough parts I find with them is when you consider how fast demos already are, increasing by 15% doesn't matter much because of the speed cap. Oh god, not this Recon guy. I can't stand him. He thinks he's a professional player, but he doesn't even leave him in Sweden. A little bit of a dive. Oh, nice micro back there. Bait him in range. Unfortunately, the demo not going to connect again. It always looks comical watching canoes fight back proper like boats like this. Actually, if we're being totally real, if you think about the structural integrity of like Japanese boats, Chinese boats, and then these canoes, versus like Hulks, right? It doesn't make much sense how the Hulks ever lose. Oh no, I just realized I made it sound like we need to go back to the original AoE 4 days. I will repent that. So Recon. He did go Mansa, right? Oh, thank God. I was worried that his brain got knocked in from all the javelin throws from the transport ships, but he is definitely not going to be doing any cheesy Saharan. It's just not worth it going for the trade. You could potentially rush them outposts up here. Like, I think it's kind of an underrated play right now. Another cool thing, actually, I think that you could do on this map Recon that you didn't do is you could have actually built a handful of Donzos to try and contest the tree line. Because the Donzos are better and you have javelin attacks, right? I think that might be a cool move for Malians here. You at least force outpost reactions, and that would have to happen on both flanks, which is quite expensive. I guess the issue is you're already behind on boats, and you'll end up even further behind. But, I mean, part of that does feel like it comes down to the demo ship pump. There was a lot of demos. Speaking of which, nice hit in there. Only gets one boat for his troubles, though. Recon. He has set up on the south side, right? Unfortunately, so is Dimu. Wow, bud, you're just getting zero wiggle room here. Demo. Ooh, a little bit delayed moving in. Funnily enough, Dimu, a little bit of a mistake there. Gathering with fishing boats on the front side actually gave value to that demo ship play. This front ship should be able to stabilize this now, so Dimu is going to have to back up. Recon, a good job to hold. And I'm all of a sudden getting a feeling Recon wants a deeper game. I don't know what it is with this kid on this map, but he seems to like deep games, so hunker in, guys. I think we're going to have a long one on our hands here. The interesting part to me is we're now 30 minutes in the game and Dimu hasn't had to step foot on the outer islands, but that kind of proves my point, right? About like how Zhuji can play this matchup. And it's kind of crazy when you consider that means he's only had the taxation gold, right? Like he did build a marketplace, he did trade a little bit. That is going to become more and more popular, by the way, because if you trade, your opponent can't trade either, right? Because the rates are too bad for them by the time they get to it. Recon has to shift gear here. This is another thing that makes Zhuji much better, as does Chinese seem to perform better on this map. They can rush outposts much quicker than any other civ in the game. Salt and water is going bad now, though. Dimu up to 7 archer ships. I actually love that. It makes a lot of sense because of what we mentioned around gold. Like, he can't afford to scale too many Springolds. But the other flip side of this is, like, you eventually get saturation, right? Like, over time, archer ships in mass can easily deal with Springolds as well, because the shots always connect. Now, Recon, in theory, should be able to kind of turn this around because he has this gold. But the problem is he's putting all that gold into demos. He actually just needs to put it into Springolds. Swinging Springolds. Springolds ships on the south side. Now holding a hostage, so Recon... what? Huh? I mean, luckily, Dimu is not paying attention there. Otherwise, that could have been catastrophic. Fleet completely concedes territory, though, and that means Recon now going to actually be cut off on the main fishing pocket here. The amount of demos coming out. Okay, guys, what do you think is the most silly-looking, like, fleets in the game? I'm curious, actually. For me, it does kind of feel like Malians. Like, their boats look like they should get absolutely crushed by every other civs in the game. Obviously, that's not the way the maths works out, but they do have a little bit of a more chill, almost civil-like look to them than a war-like look. Demo, oof. Nice touch there. Dimu losing to the Springolds here. Recon, he needs this to hit. Dimu, if he just pulls back now with the Springolds, leave the archer ships behind, though, not a single one should actually be able to wallop in. Looks like it's going to be the case. Recon trying to get crafty with the dodge and dive. Does force a reset and a pull back by Dimu. But Lee definitely building at this stage. More demos, looking for a big hit. That might actually keep him alive. Recon now equalizing the Springald count. Archer ships still going to be a problem. Dimu has favorability there, but consider this, right? Like, Dimu can't run away. If you're wondering why is Dimu kind of hanging around for fights like this, he has to. If he retreats now, the coastal navigation kills him because they'll always be chased down in a retreat. So that's actually a really cool detail about Malians. Like, Malians have just not been picked on water maps at all. And it, to a certain extent, has surprised me. They don't have much going beyond that, but that little detail in the right environments can be the world of difference. Well, those demo ships most definitely are. Dimu does at least have his second wave of sprinters come on the south side, so Eco once again denied out. I mean, credit to him, though. Recon, despite everything happening to him, he's the one maintaining an Eco lead right now. This is crazy. Dimu, wrong series. Dimu actually lost villagers on the tree line. He's 40 workers compared to 47. On top of that, Recon also has all of this passive gold coming in. He's actually a mile ahead of the Zhuji right now. I mean, Supervise can make up for a decent amount, but it has its limitations, right? This is painful to watch. I think Dimu is ready to vacate the central island. Yeah, I wondered when this point would come. You know, he's done really well to just kind of float himself on gold, but this game is going to go a lot later. So you need to play for that outskirts, especially considering it should be obvious now that Recon set up those pits. He's going to have a way more gold income than you can ever contest, right? So regardless of supervision and what it can do on one resource, you know, wood does have its limitations in this game. I feel like this could be a cool map for a sudden Malian warrior scout rush. Ooh, I don't know about that, Dem plays. The problem with that idea is you're still going to be diving a TC. You'll die pretty quick. The tree line is very safe at the beginning of the game, so it doesn't feel like it should work. I mean, in theory, it might be better than Donzo's because you put... no, I still prefer Donzo's. The logic with Donzo's is you just javelin hurl, right? And you don't have to hurt yourself at all. That's true. I do think the Malian boats just look a bit too small for what they do. I am still impressed by the way that Dimu's keeping this pressure up, though. Even after those resets the Recon came in with. The crazy part to me as well, Recon, his scout, did he delete it or did it die? Because he never actually checked to see if his opponent came to the mainlands yet. This is dangerous because information is power and power is everything, right? If you don't know that your opponent's out here, you don't know if he can all of a sudden afford a demo pump, right? For all you know, he's still just playing off of wood. Maybe Recon instead thought that he went out very early, but I doubt that considering the transport ships was scouting very early. So, like, at this point, Recon runs the risk of getting caught off guard. He only has 3 archer ships. You know, if Demo sets up demos on the north and south side, comes in with a pinch maneuver, Recon could end up losing this entire fleet. Ah, you're right. I sometimes now forget to switch back to income. People, this is the thing. You guys, like, I remember some people just were like, oh yeah, I really want to see the numbers of villages on things. I'm like, great. I'll remember to do that. I never remember to click back. I like hotkeys, guys, you know? For some reason, this button is still not a hotkey to this day. Kind of makes me sad. Well, Recon actually starting to set up for the Fulani. Kind of crazy the amount of gold haul you get, right? He's able to do that in this game. Dimu starting to save up for an age up himself. I mean, Castle would definitely be worth it at this point. The honesty of Recon. I mean, dude, I did him dirty yesterday when we had, like, there was an Abasa game where he just didn't research anything but the trade research. And I was like, this is classic Recon. If it's greed, it's good. Okay, this is, I mean, for a guy who's all about the greed, this is definitely not good. Losing most of the fishing boat fleet. But even on the fishing, you can kind of see why the coastal navigation is so valuable on a map like this. Like, when you don't have far to go and drop off, that movement speed does make you so much more efficient. Thai fleet has to shift north side now. A lot of docks can actually be denied out here. Like, actually, I think Dimu's play now is you just siege these all down, right? You have to be a little bit careful with demos coming out. That's always the case, but it should be very difficult with 5 archer ships for a demo ship to ever get a hit. Dimu just refusing to let up, though, and it looks like we're playing a game of Ringer Roses. Oh, excuse me, gotta move on. Oh, yeah, we're gonna move on as well. Oh, yeah, well, I'm gonna move on again as well. Like, we're just going around in circles now, boys. Like, come on. Even the villagers from Recon, what? What are you all doing here? 16 villagers on the move. I'm not sure who is running from who anymore. Well, soon, Recon's going to be running from Dimu infinitely. Look at what's coming. Shaolin Monastery down the way. The thing that worries me actually about what Recon's doing here, I kind of feel like you just need Castle. Because the thing you're forgetting is, like, you're on a water map, right? It's not about just the Fulani power. It's about all these things. Like, canoe tactics is kind of nutty. Spiral Cruise is quintessential to taking these fights. Especially the armored hulls. Armored hulls on its own is a big enough difference. And that should be something that Dimu looks to rush here now. Does he have any docks left? He's got one on the south side, right? He's going to go for the Spiral Cruise. So chooses to tank up instead. Dimu. Now coming in for the attack. Spiral Cruise not quite complete yet. Recon actually needs this fight. The problem is Recon overextended beyond his position. He doesn't have a dock here, so he doesn't have the gap close. This fight is going to be incredibly difficult. Unless maybe, just maybe, he could get a demo pump from behind, and Recon agrees. Check this. Immediately queues up 5 demo ships. He thinks he's got him. He might be right if he's quick, but Dimu does have those armored hulls now coming in. 10 demos for Dimu. Pinches in. Body block's coming through to stop Dimu from retreating. Demos need to get in here. He moves past. He deals with the archer ships. Now the chase is on. Dimu, nowhere to run here. Demo comes in from the east side as well. And the pincher is going to be in. Recon, what a move. What a timing here to take out the Grand Fleet. So Dimu is now locked on land, but folks, that isn't always a disadvantage here. Remember, he did shift a decent amount of villagers out. He has already got Shaolin monks on the mainlands, and he is now picking up relics. On the other side, we've got cows. So there is kind of an issue here that Recon has done a really good job, but what he needs now is a land transition. I don't even think you rush a tech up here. You just need to get some military presence on the outskirts. Like, actually, imagine if he builds 2 or 3 sofas right now. The game could just be over. Because he rules the seas, he just now needs to make sure he rules the lands. Might get tempted about that tech up choice though, right? Like, considering the Spiral count here, Spiral Cruise is very valuable at this stage. Any tips on how to deal with a barbecue rush? Install the game in 2024, because no one does that anymore. Like, Barbican Rush, it's more just about, like, vision. You know, it's actually, I think, those type of issues, like Barbican Rushes, you will learn how to deal with them inherently by learning how to scout. Scouting is really all about anticipating timings within a game, right? When you get a game, you need to ask the question, what is my opponent going to try and do? Not just what am I going to do, what is my opponent going to do? God damn it, Estif. Yeah, like, I actually think whenever I get questions like that, I always just tell people the broad answer of, like, improve your knowledge gathering and reading what your opponent wants to do. Once you understand those details, like, you actually have the appropriate counters. Because, like, you know, if, for example, if you're, like, English in a game against China, you shouldn't be like, oh, he might Barbican rush me. If he does, it's the dumbest thing on the planet, right? But maybe that's why it's genius. Recon, Grand Fulani now coming out. Dimu. He's rebolstering the fleet, but I mean, the problem now is Recon should have a very strong point here, right? It's a half-full Fulani. Fishing is looking still fairly decent, right? We've got, what, 14 left compared to 12. And then the eco situation on land is now more even, 58 to 57. Yeah, I agree, Recon. Like, I think Furimbo is decent. It's not, like, wildly crazy because you can't easily... Actually, no, it is. I'm not going to, like, defend this. It's really good because all that food feels like it's wasteful until you remember you still can build sofas, right? Which fits really nicely. Because if you play Furimba, he can't play Outer Island. Like, this game is basically over if you had Furimba because he doesn't have any Outer Island play. You kind of gave him a way back into this game by not leaning into aggro. I mean, you can still go stables here, right? But my issue with stables is, like, if Dimu expects sofas, he just builds spears. Is Fort the Huntress the most common? And if so, why? Yes, most definitely. Because it it defends you on tech up for a start. I think the alternative choice is just very hard to justify. A lot of the time, like, you know, you usually have enough torch damage for it not to make a difference. The food income, I don't... The problem with the food income is, in theory, it seems good, but a Malian Flood is usually already achievable before you have those upgrades. And the other big deal to me is the stealth. I think the stealth is really, really strong. I know Mr. loves Guru Bara because Mr's a really big believer in torch plays, right? But the thing for me that I think gives Fort the Huntress the edge, actually more than anything else, is first strike on the gunners with tech. So like when you have that stealth and you come out, you basically do about 100 damage per shot. Ahmed Hal's now coming through for recon. He has at least got one relic in grab, so I guess it's worth going for. To move the amount of fortifications on the way. Oh my lord. Well, Recon is done with the pipe dream of living on this island. He's transporting out of here. Ahmed Hal's coming through soon, so this should be the moment where Recon looks to take a fight. Dimu. He need to back up a little bit here. He only has 2 archer ships to his name. Recon's still with 8 demos. Yeah, but if they make Guru Bara's abilities toggled, I think it's kind of OP. Like, being able to permanently have that food income. Dude, this is already a civ that people hate and have very strong opinions of about, like, not being reasonable because of the easy resource they get their hands on, right? And you want to increase that? Woo! Slippery slope, my friend. Import armor's now on the way, though, so we are getting the mass sofa pump we talked about. Mountain Academy now coming the other side for Dimu. Dimu has yet to set up any sort of production buildings on the mainlands. That worries me. You should be expecting sofas at the stage. It makes a lot of sense, right? It's like Raxes should kind of be your go-to, Spearman as a follow-up. Oh, now I see what we're cooking with. Temple of the Sun on the way. You know, another cool thought here is Dimu could actually very easily just stonewall himself in this corner. But this is kind of cool, actually. Like, if you just elite tech Spearman and then rush your opponent on the outer islands, Recon will struggle to hold that. He doesn't have great solutions, right? Because, I mean, you don't want to build Musafadi. They won't do well against the elite Spearman. Your own Donzos are not going to be able to beat an aged-up Spearman. You don't really want to be building archers right now. Your strength is in food, so anytime you have to use more wood, it kind of feels bad. You could do that, but it just means you're more likely to lose water as a result. Yeah, it's kind of interesting. On land maps, archers quite often feel OP, right? But on water maps, I guess when you get past 15 minutes, they feel like a complication. Because you're sitting in a situation where like you want to invest wood onto water to contest water continuously, but now you have to think about building archers. So in a way, things like Spearman kind of seem OP on maps like this. And this is the truly OP thing, guys. Baochuan on the way. The reason why Dimu cancelled up and went for Imperial Age instead is because of this detail right here. Divine Defense on Baochuans is flat out broken. If you thought Baochuans were ridiculous from the Chinese, Zhuji is actually the kings of Navy now. They eclipse what China can do. And you're going to see why. Because he can stick this up to a 10-tower range. Add in the fireworks after all and of a sudden Recon has no way of fighting. In fact, Recon... I mean, this is always going to be an issue, right? Similar to the Ruse, you don't have a way of contesting water and him. So Recon is going to be all land. It's probably a good thing now that he does have the Fulani. It is going to be Fort the Huntress on the edge so that he'll have some defense point. I actually don't know if Fort the Huntress will protect you against Baochuans, though. Going up, not very good ones here. I'm actually kind of scrambling to figure out how Recon wins this now. Dimu is locking himself in with some walls, right? Stone walls are now on the way, so we talked about this. Like, they can be rushed up. Sofas are not going to be quick enough. Dimu, with the appropriate reaction and Recon's play, maybe just a little bit too late here. Got shipwrights on the way. Baochuan count is at 5. They haven't all arrived yet, right? A few of them are actually AFKing about. In fact, one's being pulled to defend against the sofas. Nice play there. We do not have fireworks, by the way. I'm a little bit shocked by this, but Thunderclap Bombs was never researched. I could have sworn Dumu had it up earlier. Maybe he misclick cancelled? Because it would make this an easy finish on water. And he could definitely afford it. We have at least got the mountain guns on the way. Aren't these called swivel cannons? Swivel cannons, rather, for the Rus? I'm pretty sure they are. This is the thing that gives Sprilled ships little cannons. Demo hit big, though. Double Baochuan going down. The crazy thing is, Dimu, I don't know if you get this close to him if he has the fireworks as well. Yeah, these are the swivel cannons, right? The normal ones are swivel cannons. Cannons. My words today? Holy crap. I actually kind of find it comical that a war canoe is living this long against a Baochuan. Do you get more range from these cliffs? No. We don't have that. That's an AoE 2 thing. Actually, I think in AoE 2 it's not more range. Someone can correct me if I'm wrong. I think it's more damage when you're on high ground. AoE 4 does not have that. Vision is the only thing that gets impacted. Like, you can't see up a hill. I know, right? Like, how is that even possible? Just grow up. Literally. I am starting to think Dumu forgot about Thunderclap. Is there something I'm missing here that makes it bad? I'm trying to think what it could be. Looks like we got Divine Vitality for the time being. That's kind of cool. Remember, that allows you to heal out of combat. And just look at the range on these things. 45 damage base cannons, not too bad. But, you know, not great against the Baochuans, right? But it's at least giving you an equal trade, because the issue right now is Dimu. I don't think... Is he toggling? There we go. Needs to be doing this regularly. Once you toggle, you actually have the range advantage. Is it me or is Dimu losing this? Eco-wise, he's winning, right? Very clearly, you can see that. You could argue Recon's getting over-invested into water. My worry is that Dimu just starts scaling land soon. And once that happens, this will be GG. Right? Because like right now, Recon is winning because of the water. But the water's more becoming a non-factor at this stage. And that's disgusting. Okay, dude, this is so switched on by Dimu. Dimu is the #1 user of this. I actually have not seen someone else use Divine Defense so much. He does it on land maps as well for this reason. That Bombard has 11 tower range. There's nothing Recon has on water that can catch them. There's nothing that can outrange them. So this is how he wins on water. Baochuan count now up to 11. Bombards have finished off the TC, and now he can move in with those Bombards to start sniping out the fleet. Oh my god, War Canoe OP. This is going to get tough. I think Recon, the problem now is he's invested so much in the seaside, he doesn't really have much standing on land. It's kind of crazy though, he's sitting on 2k surplus food. He's prepping for Elite Sofas. I'm glad to see that, but I need to see the pump, right? You should be going up to 20, 30 of these ASAP. I guess the difficulty is the walls though, right? Like, yeah, he needs to get siege workshops on his way now. That delay might cost him Bombards. Now starting to snipe out the fleet. They hit hard. Remember, they do get 410 bonus damage against ships. So they almost one-hit War Canoes. 530 damage to 250 health unit. Yeah, that is C loss for Recon. Now down to 17 of these War Canoes, soon to fall down to single digits. What a cool read, man. Divine Defense, like, at first seemed like a meme tool meant to make Grenadiers kind of okay, but when you think about it a little bit deeper, you realize it was never about Grenadiers to begin with. It's all about the siege. Recon, War Canoe count now down to 9. He's about to lose water. Sofa count is at least moving upwards here. Bombards are at least being queued, but I imagine Dimu, this is the stage where you just start prepping your own army. And is he going to do it? You know, when you guys think about it, if you go Zhuji and build Zhuji Library plus Temple of Sun, you kind of get discount Great Bombards. Because Divine Defense gives you 11 tower range, and then you have the AoE attack, right? So you do kind of become the Ottomans. Oof. Recon. Looking more like an auto boy now. This is not good. The fleet's been wiped out. This many Baochuans could even assault the 4th Huntress. The Bombards are at least in position, but Dumu is indeed doing what we suspected. The Pagodas are not just about the relics, they're about the pump. Master of the Bulls, once again, has been summoned. Yeah, these guys are vicious, actually. Remember, they do scale with age, so 170 health, 15 damage. Like, you can go Elite Army Tactics. They're already a high base damage unit. They inflate very quickly. And at 15 damage, like, you're already a decent trader up against the Imported Armor's Sophist, right? They only mitigate 6 damage. Also, they get bonus damage versus infantry. Interesting thing about Shaolin Monks. They aren't infantry. And no, the Baochuans do not outrange the 4th Huntress. Because he should... Oh, wait, no, sorry, they do, don't they? The cannons are only 9.5. So yes, you're correct. Well identified. They'll outrange the normal stuff. And what is up, you Fasa? Thank you very much for the resub, buddy. But, like, you could still go in for the trade. Instead, it looks like he's just going to take down everything nearby. In fact, there's actually a growing risk that Recon just gets landmark sniped here. I think that Fulani is indeed in range. Sophist have broken through the walls. Shaolin Monks. Whoa! Holy crap. Have I applied blur to my screen or are they just that quick? Sophists are going to start hitting the Ikeo instead, though. Shaolin Monk numbers are starting to bolster, though. And remember, even though he's now losing his land eco, Dumu has reclaimed water. So he can actually afford to take a hit to the economy. Sophists are going to go deeper. And Shaolin Monks, there it is. That's what we're waiting for. Elite Army Tactics is in. That increase in health alone makes them almost unassailable. And in Blacksmith tech's past this, and it just feels like a GG. Oh, man. Yeah, this is starting to look a bit over. Recon, he's now resorting to Musafadi. Not a great solution against Shaolin Monks either. You will get your ass worked. Whoa, did you just say Master of the Board has no army? This looks like an army to me. Are you doubting the power of the Shaolin Monks? I dare you to climb their cliffs and ask them why they suck. See what happens. You'll go flying off that cliff. The good news, at least for Recon, is he does have the bombard play. He could try for a landmark snipe. The bad news is he never took out that Medi Garden. I think Recon is rushing for an end. He's getting a bit too overly excited here. 6 bombards. Dude, you have no way of killing the Meditation Garden. Just like, please. I want to worship the Weather Shaolins. Speaking of those Shaolin boys. And now Scrimmel's coming out. Bombards as well. I think we actually have it still in the Divine Defense here. So the Baochuans are trying to reach in. You know, it's crazy to me that he never actually got those Nested Bees, though. Like, I'm not sure what that was about. Maybe Gentleman's Honor here, because I feel like there's nothing but good things that come out of having that tech. But this is it, man. I think Recon's done now. Army just got wiped like that. It's actually wild to me still just how well Shaolin Monk scaled into the late game. Remember, they attack so damn fast. So the melee tech increases. You go up to, I think, 22 damage. And then they have 0.75 attack speed. So the DPS output is, I think ends up being like close to 30. It's insane how good these units are when you scale them like this. And that's before we talk about the fact they have melee damage. at this level, but also melee armor to support. Their health is actually really good overall. Divine Haste actually makes them a very fast unit. And they always have this body of iron to fall back on. Like, if you think hand cannoneers are the solution to these units, yeah, you'd be surprised. All because of that 50% damage reduc. That's not true. They do have a tag. Battle Monk. Whatever that's meant to mean. Oh, man. This kind of is the epitome of GG, isn't it? The ideal late game comp. Bao Chuans and Shaolin Monks. Recon. What is his way out here? Oh, he's going to try to go for a Sacred Site victory. Well, good luck defending for 10 minutes, mate. I would be impressed, actually. That is such a difficult hold here. Dimu now moving in with the one bombard. I love how the Shaolin Monks are just taking shots to the face in the spring walls like they just don't give a duck. Yeah, Elite Army Tactics is the thing that puts them over the edge. Like, Elite Army Tactics makes them absurd. Flash coming in range of the Bao Chuans as well, which makes it 10 times worse. Spring's at least trying to trade that out, but it doesn't feel like a quick death here. Not quick enough anyway. Shaolin Monks absolutely slapped the Musafadi. Now, in fairness, that is Elite Army Tactics versus no Elite Army Tactics, but still, even with that detail in mind, this is an unbelievable shellacking. Retreat away by Dimu now as he waits for the second wave to come in. Monks are already on the way across. And this is the cool thing. Like, this is why I said, you know, when you're playing Juji in late game, you want to actually hotkey Temple of Sun, because your goal should be to toggle back and forth between multiple things here. So, like, on land maps, it'll be Divine Haste and Divine Vitality. With Cav, it can actually be Divine Vitality and Divine Charge. On water, it's going to be Divine Defense and Divine Vitality. Basically, Vitality is a part of your bread and butter. If you get really good at microing that, you'll always be maximum efficient with Juji in the late game. So what is Recon's way out now? Rematch, I guess? I'm struggling to see the end point for him here. In a way, Marlians can be OP because they never run out of gold. But the problem is Juji kind of look OP because they never run out of food here. I guess your Springald ships can deny some of the fishing, but you can't deny all fishing, right? So there will always be more Monks. And Monks seem to be the winning detail here. Nesta Bees on top is just kind of the chef's kiss. Remember, Nesta Bees can also benefit from Divine Defense, so they become a 9-tower range siege. And what a tough one. Is Marley just destined to lose this in the late game? Like, we already highlighted why Gunners feels bad, and anything else you build feels tough against Shaolin Monks, right? Like, Musafadi are just worse men at arms. Archers will definitely not beat Shaolin Monks. Javelins will get absolutely worked. Donzos will do nothing. Sofas, I mean, we saw him try the Sofa route, right? But with this type of food income, it's just not sustainable. What is that stabbing noise? Like, was that the Springald shots hitting the farms? I'm so confused right now. No, Shaolin Monks only look ridiculous if you get to this stage of the game. But you gotta keep in mind, if you think Shaolin Monks are OP and you need to take them away, like, I want you to really think about what you usually have when you take that away from them in the late game. They do not have hand cannoneers, right? They do not have archers. They're missing a lot of things that other civs get in the late game. Recon. I think this is a do or die push. Dimu is giving way, but he's now up to 50 Battle Monks. Collectively with now over 5,000 HP. Substantially more than the army on the other side. Recon only now getting Elite Army Tactics. Are you kidding me? I am a bit worried that Dimu's going to take a fight before EAT comes in for Recon. I have to see. Dimu has given a lot away here. You remember, he can afford to lose the landmarks. He has got the Mediguard in the center. Ideally, you want to keep the Temple of Sun up, though. The Divine Haste is really important here for the gap close. He's had enough of this. Dimu now marching out with the Battle Monk boys. Body of Iron gets activated. He goes in for the dive. Nesta B's on the backside, starting to snipe into this villagers. Pull to try and deal with the siege. The monks spread out. And the Musafadi get laid out. Damn, look at those numbers going down. Do not mess with the Battle Monks. Do not mess with the Bald. Yeah, you run with your tail between your legs, son, because you're going home in a body bag. 1.37 movement speed compared to the 1 means the Squirrels will not even get away. Recon, without the elite army tactics, there wasn't a chance in hell, even if it had been there. I don't think this would have looked close. Wow. Dumu is the only player I see so consistently make the board work. But what do you really expect? For this guy, it's a way of life, a way of being, right? You could say it's weaved into his very skull. I honestly think Dumu needs to turn up to lands dressed as a Shaolin monk now. You know, Team Liquid need to do a very special, like, Shaolin collaboration. In honor of Benny Boy himself. Shaolin monks. Now just moving into Torch down. Probably the only area they're kind of weak in. What a game. I mean, Recon might drag those games late when he's on this map from what we've been seeing so far. Like, all of them have been deep, but good God, are they always entertaining. Nesta B's Flourish now coming in. There's no Spirals to defend against this anymore. The choke points are now Recon's downfall. He's trying to prevent that sacred site win condition, but it's far too far gone, right? We need 8.5 minutes of hold time. He has 1 minute left in him. I feel like Dumu is on a sole mission to try and get Zhuji nerfed. Like, players are now helping out with water maps coming in competitive, but this guy seems to be all about the land. Sure, the fishing eco got him here, but 65 ball boys. You truly have to be a master to summon this many. Oh, that is such an entertaining strat, man. It's so dirty, but so funny. Who do I think will win the tournament? Ooh. Ooh. I think it might be Puppy Paw. Yeah. Puppy Paw's games were really impressive to me. Okay, like, so that's like the obvious one. Do you want me to give you the outside runner? You're gonna be like, say what? What if I said Anatand? Nah, I would be really happy for Anatand, but I don't think he's there just yet. I do think you're gonna see Anatand in the semifinals though. How far will Kiljadi go? Top 8. He'll be in top 8. Kiljadi should be... The most likely to make it out of Group B is going to be Beastie and Kiljadi. Beastie, I think Beastie hasn't been practicing as much. I think he even admitted this, that he hasn't had as much time to scrim. And that will definitely hurt him here. The other problem Beastie here, right, is like, you know, you're talking about new maps, and Beastie has said himself he's not a master of new strats. He's a master of, like, you know, finding things that already exist and then optimizing them. That can be difficult when you've got all these new maps. What did I call that game? That was incredible. Marlene's great on water, I guess. The Marlene transport ship. The play we forgot. There we go. So let's have a look at what else we've got there. But yeah, like I said, Beastie's the type of player that he tends to thrive in those more explored environments, right? Like you wouldn't really bank against Beastie on a dry Arabia, for example. But like something like moving out, something like migration, it's those are the environments where a player like, for example, Anatan really thrives. Because he does something completely out of left field that no one else does. No one else has seen. So, we'll see how Beastie does. I don't know if he's been scrimming that much. I know he was doing some Elden Ring playthroughs as well, which would have eaten into the practice time. Hillendale, do we want to watch Ibids versus Byzantines? Or do we even care about that? We got Kawasan. Ooh, dude, let's do a migration next. Yeah. I haven't got to cast any migrations. You forgot that Juji gets Grenadiers? There's probably a good reason why I forgot that. I was trying to forget that. Thanks for reminding me. Jesus. Alright, there we go. Let's get ready for another one. Yeah, kind of like a little bit gutted. We haven't seen much migration at all, actually. So it'll be fun to check in on some of it. I, for one, am pretty bummed out, actually, that I haven't got to see and cast a single game of migration yet in this tournament. So it's time to fix it in their scrims. We're back for some more scrim watch here. Dumu, Team Luca going up against Recon. And it is going to be Chinese versus Japanese. Interesting matchup. We actually don't see Japanese versus Chinese that much at the moment, right? Like, usually it's Yuji versus Japanese, which plays a little bit different. And we don't see it on a map like this. Migration, for those that are unfamiliar with it, well, it's kind of in the name. You're meant to migrate to the main island because that's pretty much where everything you want long-term is. The gold, the massive relics, the sacred site win condition, and a lot of food and stone. So there's plenty of reasons to get on this island early. That is something that usually leans into a civ like China quite well because they can always set up a Barbican to consolidate in the center. And then they can always TC boom quite easily if they require. If it comes down to fishing, though, they're fine there as well. But Japanese on the other side, definitely a civ that can also mirror that. I'm wondering if we see him move out very quickly as well. It's kind of funny because we have a map in this map pool for the EGC tournament called Moving Out. And migration kind of feels more like it should have been called Moving Out, right? Because you do need to move out to the central island at some point. There's not many civs that can just exist on their starting island. I do like the idea, though, of Japan migrating quite early and then going for a floating gate on the central island. That could work really well. Chow, correct me if I'm wrong, but I haven't seen anyone try this. Can you floating gate drop your docks? I don't think so, right? I'm going to double check this, but I'm pretty sure you cannot Yorishiro drop a dock. Oh, you can. Okay, 200%. Yeah, okay, so that could be a very interesting play here. I've yet to see anyone try to Yorishiro drop docks. In theory, it's a little bit of a wasted play because you don't get anything crazy in castle stage. I guess the value point would be tech unlocks, right? But in fairness, most of the critical techs are very fast anyway. Armored hulls is 30 seconds. You know, a Springle Cruise is 35. Extra hammocks is 30. So I don't really see what the value point would be in it. You know, the longest tech is in Imperial Age, and that's copper plating, which I bet none of you can tell me what it says underneath my UI, because no one ever remembers what this does. Every other tech takes like 45 seconds to 30 seconds. So even if you could Yorishiro drop, there's probably a very good reason why we never see anyone do it. If you need more units, you just build more docks, right? Like, it doesn't really have the same power, the same substance as something like a Yorishiro drop in the stables on land. In fact, I wouldn't even be surprised if this turns into the type of game where you just Yorishiro drop all of the eco building straight away, right? Just full forges. If I remember correctly, you cannot debuff boats with your Buddhist monks, so we're probably not going to be looking at any sort of Buddhistry play there. That would be an intriguing idea if it worked, though. Oh my god, dude. I literally say that, and then Faye turns up in my chat. How many fishing boats have we got? Dimu, has he gone one dock? Yeah. You know, I kind of wonder if this map would be cool with a variant that had like a river down the center. Do you guys think that would be better or worse? Like a thin river, right? Because you could like outpost it so it wouldn't be accessible easily. You could wall it off. Kind of like if you merge canal with migration. I like that idea of just more options. It's like, it's something you have to address. I think that would also encourage people to move to the central island more because it's almost like you control the central passing. I'm going to hit the speed up, by the way, because I think this is going to be a little bit chill for the next 2 minutes, as we should just get a fishing bone. Boom, rather. It's going to be Imperial Academy for Dimu straight away, and then I imagine a delayed Barbican on the central island. Recon should be just going for, I'd say, Curse Storehouse here. Honestly, Coca has no value. I mean, in theory, you could Coca Township, and then you transport ship a few Shinobi onto the enemy island, and you block their docks. I guess you could also argue that the Shinobi has a lot of value in the central island, but against China, I'm just expecting a very good timing on a Barbican. So it should be very hard to contest. And in fact, it looks like we're heading for that timing. So Dimu moving in now. Recon, it is going to be a Coca, right? Oh, good idea if it had been quicker. Unfortunately, it looks like the Barbican drop should come in fast. No, Dimu. He has to cancel, right? Like, I think you have to cancel the Imperial Academy. Coca's coming. Dimu. Is he just going to go for an outpost drop and be content? Because it looks like he's committed to the Imperial Academy. Interesting choice here. So he's just going to walk by with the villagers. Are we getting a dock drop? Oh, we are. So this should be double dock then, because you need double dock. Because you see his Coca Township in the center, if you don't double dock, you're going to get sabotaged, right? He does have 300 wood for that exact play. This is kind of cool. I like this. It's not a play I would have expected either. You know, usually the idea is you kind of just trend around the island and then crawl your way around, but this is a cut right into the heart of the Japanese economy. Or if you replace all water with land, yeah, you're right, and we should Flying Dutchman it so all the boats can go across the land, right? That's where we're going. I don't think water is that bad as people make out. It's so much better than it once was. Is it in a perfect state? No, but like, is it 10 times better than it was before? Yes. Still needs this eco rate slightly nerfed, and I think it'd be fine. So transport ship does scout the play. Shinobi will be coming soon, right? Coca Township almost complete. The problem is, with it being a double dock already and archer ships coming out, like one can sit here to camp, to defend, and the other one can go and harass the eco. This is kind of brutal. Well, the reason why Water Rather gets so much hate is a lot of players just like aren't used to that level of attention dragging, actually. Navy games scale much quicker than land games. The fights are a lot more fast and a lot more punishing. And it's more things to manage, right? All those things, like to a casual player, sound terrible. Because like, well, I don't want more things, I want less things to manage. Nice double archer ship play. Should be able to rotate around now and hit the main eco. Recon has got a spring ship on the way, but it looks like he pumped it out of the wrong dock here. Wait, can he not go? Oh, I don't think he can get around the back there. Okay, that's actually really important. If Recon had got wrapped on the back there, he's so far behind. Archer's now coming in on land. So Dimu is going to try to address those Kokas in the center. Now, what's kind of cool about this is it looks like Dimu is training very fast towards castle. Recon was doing the same thing here. This is very important because in these water fights, players have recently discovered like actually it's such an easy pivot point because of the armored hulls. Armored hulls makes it almost impossible demos to just get free wallops on Springald ships. And then the Springald Crew's follow-up pretty much gives you admiralty like the English get in feudal fights. Yeah, I think there is like some of that. I don't think we want to admit this, but it is kind of true that, you know, in a way, it's not as much water is terrible. Like, don't get me wrong, it could be better. I actually think that it needs to have its eco nerfed again. But I think part of it is people just... because it's not a core fundamental they started with, they don't want to have to get used to it now, right? It does remind me of Zhon's release, where everyone's like, Zhon's OP, this is going to ruin AoE 4. It's like, oh, Zhon is actually not OP. It's just you have to change how you play the game. People are more accepting of change in games when they play team games, right? Like a Dota 2 or a CS or whatever. They're less accepting in 1v1s because everything that they've perfected up to now seems pointless. And it means that they directly have become a worse player, right? That's just factually true of 1v1s compared to team games. Whereas, like, even if that's the fact in a team game environment as well, you can still convince yourself that it's not you that was the problem. Now, I'm not saying you guys do that. I know that if I did, I wouldn't even admit it. But I'm not hearing this. They did nerf JD. So, dude, even before JD was nerfed. Like, JD is absolute trash now, right? If you think about the nerfs, they didn't seem that insanely over the top. I think rumors of JD's dominance were severely overstated. China and Japan's dominance, though, that's a mixed bag, right? Japanese on water hybrid maps are looking strong. China on pretty much any map is looking strong right now. So curious if Dimmer will look to use this pick in tournament play if this map comes up. I could definitely see Recon pulling out the Japanese here, though. So far, it's getting stomped. Like, this play, this opening by Dimmu was just so much better. This actually goes a long way to prove my point that I've said before about why I actually think Coca Township kind of sucks. Coca Township is hard overrated. It's another example of something that people just needed a bit more time to cook with. There really aren't many maps in rotation where even the old Coca Township felt that great, right? Like, Mongolian Heights was the one that really shone a light on how good Coca Township was. But I think, like, is Mongolian Heights even still in rotation? It's not, right? They took it out. So, you know, when you think about the maps now in there, the Shinobi coming out straight away doesn't even feel that insane anymore. Because it's very hard to actually get good value. Damn, this is dominant, though. Dimmu tacking up while having this type of military lead. Archers on the center map means that the Shinobi can't play either. He has gotten the stables play, but as long as Dimmu just camps here, it protects his production, and also the produced units, rather, protect the archers, right? The horsemen can't dive, so it's just kind of a all-encompassing shell at this stage. Dimmu's Strong Crew just got queued up. I wonder if we just get demo pumps going now to wipe out the docks. This is one annoying thing with the Japanese, another thing that makes them really good on maps, even like this. These naval arrow slits are actually what is making it impossible for Dimmu to dive in. In fact, his fleet is getting a bit too big to even hide here. A little bit of probing assault coming out. Recon, he's only a transport ship over here. That's unfortunate. If his archer ships could just sneak in, some serious damage could be done here. The type that he needs to get a lead. So remember, Recon is still lagging and age behind. Okay, dude, you need to stop building spriggles here or just split them up a little. This is working against you. Yeah, Dimmu realizes it as well. Just backs them all the way up against the edge. It's a bit risky, but like Recon, this could be the perfect moment to try for like a demo pump to wipe the fleet. I think instead, though, everything gold-wise has to go towards that tech up. What do you guys think? 1's for Recon, 2's for Dimmu. Yeah, it's why I tried to warn people about JD. I don't think JD was a badly designed civ. It's just an unfamiliarly designed civ for a game like this and a series like this. People think it's a bad idea to try and target like the Warcraft gamers. I don't think it is. Like, dude, if you keep targeting the same existing Age of Empires players, you don't grow your audience at all. You want to create things that bring in new audiences, right? Oh, these people like more micro-intensive things. Oh, these people like less micro-intensive things. Oh, these people don't like managing as many units. Time to bring in some good old Order of the Dragon. Right? Like, you're basically enabling different playstyles. That's actually a very smart choice by the devs. Spring ship coming in. Recon going after that economy now. And Dimmu, I mean, this is the tough part, right? The arrow slits make it impossible for him to contest on the other side. He's going to try now, though. Quadruple demo going in. Big hits. Big sinker. One dock down. Second one now being targeted. Recon needs damage fast. The Sprimmel ships are in. Dimu, is he prepping a demo here? It is coming out soon. In fact, Recon needs to split the fleet up a bit, or he's going to lose a lot fast. Demo. Big hit. Nicely done. So should be able to mop this up now. The other side of this, Dimu, not yet through that dock. Villagers are being pulled for the repair, but they are not going to be quick enough. Recon, I can't believe this, dude. The timing is almost like Dimu was waiting for him to make that move. He did not hesitate to strike while the iron was hot here. Heavy damage done. Demo hitting the 2 and retreat. War Junk count on the defensive, pretty much non-existent. The aggro fleet has been reduced, and now look at the eco count. We're talking about 8 fishing boats to 20. Which just sounds insane to say out loud like that. Yet still they're this close. What? Wait, what? What is equating that eco? Am I confused.com? Even with the taxmen, these numbers don't make sense. Is the ecos like count delayed when catching up? That felt really weird. They were at parity, but then Dimu had 15 less fishing boats. Almost, right? A little bit funky. Back towards even. Remember, the Imperial Fish do skew this number a little bit. Recon. He did tech up in the end, so it was the floating gate on the central island like we talked about. Relics now being grabbed. Looks like we did have one snuck back by a certain monk boy here. Dimu does have 2 relics to his own name. I think Recon has an issue just getting an army together to begin with here, though, right? I mean, Dimu did take a hit to the economy. You're seeing the food has slowed down substantially. Like a huge gap there right now. There is also an opportunity now, right? Like, if you're not careful as Dimu, you're so busy scaling into Navy, you're not defending land. So if the Shinobi come in and double deny the dock, that actually could give Recon what he needs to win this. Demo. Ooh. Wait, what? It seems we have delayed detonation here. Oops. Someone cut the fuses a bit too long. I mean, is that better than a premature detonation? I think they're equally bad. This one. Ooh, wait. Recon. He turned around too soon. Oh my god, dude. He's in trouble now. Second demo comes in. 2 more Sprimmels down. A little bit overkill for that, but nothing else to target right now. Villagers on the tree line are just about to be safe for the moment there. But Recon on very shaky ground here. He's going to need to make his move on land soon. Samurai are now moving in, so timing's probably perfect for it, right? The fleet is about as far away as they'd like to get before you've basically lost the game. Production is starting to ramp up on land for Dimu, though. Crossbows coming in, Palace Guard. Should be able to idle up in the choke point for the moment, but Samurai starting to break through with no Dachi tech. They're not going to be quick killers, though. And the fleet is back in time here, so Sabotage has to be thrown out in the archery range. It looks like Recon's backstab is not going to work. And that's tough. I mean, from here, actually, this starts to snowball against him then. Because the problem now is, like, Dimu, he just won on water, right? He can afford to build a land force now, and that means he's going to just boot you off this island. Not a good sign for many reasons, considering 2 of your landmarks are here, considering your inflation is here, right, via the relics. How does Recon get back in? You could go for a really big demo pull play, but the problem is you need to utilize docks on both sides, and you have to kind of hide the play. I think it's very difficult to do from your position here, right? Like, your opponent's kind of suffocating you when it comes to vision. You could try and send a few archer ships to the enemy eco again. The problem is, you know, at this stage, Dimu is a little bit reluctant because he doesn't know if Recon still has a fleet together, because he doesn't want to scout that deep. It's a bit risky, right? But the moment you go and attack, remember what happened last time. Dimu said, fine, I'll do the same. Which, by the way, like, want to praise the players for how much they've evolved. I still remember the early days of AoE4 where players would get attacked and they'd panic and run back to defend. You may notice the best players in the game don't do that anymore. They just attack. They say, okay, why would I now like waste my time turning up to your base? This is a perfect opportunity to attack your base that I'm already in. Push now reaching into Recon's production. Looks like we've got a switch up into Onabagisha coming through here. One pass guard on the way, and Dimu getting closer and closer to an Imperial tech up here. Oh, this is going to be painful. Dimu! Not quite quick enough to find those villagers making their way to the mainland. Recon does sneak on the island. That was uncomfortably close, though. Just a few seconds sooner. In fact, if Dimu had just pulled the Springle ships up from the fog, he would have had it. Even without that in mind, though, what he is going to have is full naval dominance here. Recon, barely any way he can fish. Looks like some fishing boats are going to be spotted retreating as well. Nowhere safe to run over here. Wall's now coming up. So Dimu was looking for that cheeky imp landmark, but Recon gets a stay of execution here. Oh, wait, no. What? Yo, Ben! I have been waiting for months now for a pro player to do this. It's just so hard to remember. So what Ben just done there, he tapped the center of the wall. He didn't tap the other like connecting points. That means that he could walk around the Great Wall Gatehouse and build it with more villages. You can do that. Yes, this is proof, Recon. You need to turn up to more of my streams because I'm just gonna point out I've said it like 8 times. Yeah, so we learned about it I think 3 months ago. Basically, the way it works is you put the blueprint and then you tap the central wall and then you drop the landmark and you'll just walk around it and build. There you go, Recon. You now know. Go and annoy Crackety with your Chinese players again. Only Bagisha flood coming in from Recon though. Dimu just goes past guard there, right? I mean, fishing eco has been mopped up, right? Recon is an age behind now with practically no food economy. At this stage, I think Dimu does just pump past guard. Looks like he's going to go for a keep drop soon, though, instead. Has already got the Great Wall Gatehouse up here. A lot of wood gathering on the way. Okay, scrap that. He's just going Baochuans. Bowls. I think you need something to defend the land. I guess you could argue that you can't be pushed off, right? Because the Baochuans can defend the borders. And you do get quite the clapping via your Thunderclap bombs here, right? Like, you have to remember, it's Nested Bees and Onabagisha are not very tanky. Can you just delete the walls after? I don't know about deleting the walls after. It doesn't matter, like, you'll build them afterwards. Okay, so there we go. We get confirmation what Dimu wants to do. He's actually straight up going hand cannoneers. I guess I kind of see where it's coming from, right? Like, your opponent does have a Dachi tech. He has an extra melee tech. You're just kind of giving him a way of potentially holding on if you build pass guard here. You are going to need to build some either way, though, because without a front line, hand cannoneers will just get ran down. Yeah, I think Recon is, to a certain extent, going through the motions here. His food eco situation is still a big question mark. If he can't solve for that, Imperial Age is not your savior, it's your downfall. One kind of underrated play here is Castle of Crow. Castle of Crow on the central island near the Sacred Site, you'd get maximum resources from this trade post. Like, you'd actually Castle the Crow here if it wasn't for the fact there's already a certain other landmark in the area. Dimu now with the push in. Recon about to lose the fishing fleet as soon as he starts to reinflate it. Oh, man. When you're trying to mass Onabagisha, this stings. Remember, this is the game where he did go for Coca, so he has no food transition really to speak of, right? Like, not a single farm in this game. Yeah, this is kind of over. Recon's trying to find a way of sneaking back underwater, which makes sense, right? Because, like, you just can't play with land eco here. The transition would be way too slow. It would kill you. Not to mention the space required. Just good luck ever finding that. 4 Baochuans in total now. Recon just has this tiny little area he gets to exist in. I think he might just call it. It looks like Recon is prepping for Imp. By the time he gets Imp, though, Dumu's going to have double his population. Oh, Recon, the reason why you lost water early, I think you were just missing a demo opportunity there. When he was pinned against the shoreline, I think you just need a demo play. You also placed your docks a bit too close. You gave him a double hit with demos, which is just a big no-no. If you kept them one extra tile apart, I think it's much harder for him to shut you down in that area. But yeah, I think like you need a demo transition. Because he had so many springballs kind of clumped up. Yes, there are archer ships there as well, but you have to remember, you just kind of weave as you go in, and those archers and springballs can't go anywhere. They're stuck. Now, my friend, you are the one truly stuck. GG called. Dimu, show why China really is going to be your go-to civ still on these proper water maps. Japan just falling a little bit short of the mark. Arrow-slit's not that good? I don't know about that. I think they're decent. The difference is, though, like you're building arrow-slits in range of healing as well, right? So that it's not just going to outright win you the game. But it did actually cause him issues when he wanted to scale into more boats. I just think you had like bigger issues in that kind of tight point. Like you didn't really finish him. Shinobis need to learn how to swim. That's true. Although I think that might impact their stealthiness. Just like the slapping of like dripping feet against the floor. What do we call that one? Maybe I just make it about the cool little tech up trick. Naruto run across the water? Jesus. Maybe they just jump, you know? Like full-on ninja pelt it across there. New player? Holy crap. And yes, these are conk players type G. They are 2 pro-level players. And yes, Order of the Dragon is fairly bad. They don't perform that well. On water maps, they're kind of okay. I'd put them like, top half the civs. But they aren't giga-busted. They're nowhere near giga-busted. Okay, let me have a look here. So... there was a Kawasan game between Dimu and Recon. There's an option. Just actually checking the Observe tab quickly. Because you know me, I'm always curious on this. I do like live games when we have them. You almost died to an unranked player on ladder of OTD yesterday? Like, what? He was playing Order of the Dragon? What are you doing, Recon? Intervention time. What is going on? That shouldn't be happening. Oh, you were OOTD. Okay, yeah, that's more understandable. And the real kicker, the guy's rank is plat. Right? Man, I still feel a bit weird. Like I say, I'm getting back towards 100%, but I still feel off. It's odd. Alright, let's have a look down here, see what we've got. Any known commodities online? Please. Wait, what's Warman playing? Oh, Highview. No, dude, no. No. I ain't clicking on a Highview. Oh, Ezra and Leozum are playing. No. I just glanced the 57-minute nature of that game. Hey, sup, Camin. Thank you very much for the gifted sub, buddy. Remember, guys, get those subs in. It helps the channel a lot, actually. Got to try to get as many people uniquely subbed as possible. For the unique subbing thing, I think people have to sub themselves for you to get the unlocked bands. Basically, for those who don't know, once you have 100 unique subbers in a month for, I think it's 3 months straight, you'll get a 60-40 rev split with subs. And then if you reach 300 uniques, it becomes a 70-30 split. Because by default, it's 50-50. What's this? Oh, you're talking about the Byzantine game. What did I say on that game at the time? I think your issue in that game... Oh, we can actually quickly... Should we quickly, like, review that? We can, like, have a look at that quick and talk about it a bit. I love the flame recon. So... That's why I get Reddit threads hating me. Yeah, exactly, Faye. Dude, it cringes me that it works that way. It's like, dude, if someone gifts, it doesn't matter. Right? It's so dumb. Oh, I swear it's getting so hard to actually figure out ways of earning money as a content creator these days. OnlyFan has got it right? Whoa. So, this matchup, you had kind of a few problems going, right? So, like, it's what happens when you don't practice. I mean, it's like, I think it's a tough matchup because the playstyle that Piperboard took is kind of an unorthodox one. It's done occasionally, but not that much. So, like, the problem here, right, it starts when you actually look at the age up. When you go into your age up and you make your first, like, unit choice, I knew you were going to go stable straight away. One, because your name is Recon and you're a bit obsessed. But the interesting thing about this matchup in particular, folks, is, like, you actually have to go Horseman. You don't have a choice. Because in other matchups, you can at least justify Limitane. You can't against English because they can very easily go Lombos. A few players have started discovering that actually, you know, building Abbey of Kings doesn't mean you can't build Lombos. Actually, building Abbey of Kings makes Lombos better in Feudal Age because all of a sudden you have the OG Campfire, the one that you dropped that would heal your units, right? So it's actually a better play with the Abbey of Kings build. And when you go Limitane, you just enable that. And the other issue is, like, once you go Limitane, you're going Lombos, and if you're going Lombos, your opponent outnumbers you. If you go Javelins, your opponent outnumbers you Lombos. Like, you basically have to go Horseman. It's your only choice, really. Mr. said you should go Limitane and add Keshiks. I mean, in reaction to Horseman, maybe, but, like, your opponent can just go Lombos, right? Like, it's all about your opening play. So, it's like, Mr's point to add on it, I don't wholly agree with that. I think what he's maybe not putting enough emphasis on is who blinks first. So, like, do you know how you make it so you don't blink first, Recon? Because, like, here's the problem, right? Like, here, I'll speed it up and you'll see the problem when you get to it. So tech up comes in. Tech up comes in. Right. So you tech up. Okay, step one, by the way. Once that tech up happens, I want to see your scout coming right across to him. I don't think you did that in this game. It's so underrated because players, like, you can tell for players hiding something because they always drop the production building here, right? So tech up complete. And then within a few seconds, because I called it, you walk over for a stable drop. Boom. This is too early. There was something else you could have done instead. And it's that you could have went outpost on the ford to protect the berries. Because then the king can't do anything, right? You can even arrow slits it because you have stone. Because then you buy time to see what he's going to do. Because I know why you went stable straight away. Is like, if it's king, I can block him. And then, like, the stables follow up. Like, the issue is by the time you get this info, you're already into stables, right? So, like, I think you came in, and let's have a look. Yeah, so he, yeah, look at that. Like, this is the thing. You didn't see it at all. It's so difficult, right? Other civs, you can just dive underneath the TC and probably get a glimpse of, but against English, most definitely not. But, like, do you come around? Please tell me you see it. No. So that this is, so you've done the right thing. You start off by checking for the TC, but if you see no TC gathering, you should be really suspicious because then it tells you it's a feudal all-in, right? So your brain should be like, okay, what is his choice then? I think at this stage, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, you just assumed it was going to be Lombos. Is that correct? Because it feels like you just assumed it was going to be Lombos. We saw Dimmy go Lim Jav on Saturday and dominate Louis pretty hard. Was that what, this matchup? I feel like that there's probably differences in the opening though. You saw his stable soon? Yeah. So you come around this side now, right? But at this stage, you're already like 3 horsemen in. And he's already like 1.5. So you did scout it. Praise to you. I do think you missed an opportunity to scout it this early though, right? Little tip, like I've seen this time and time again, Gorge, you should always just indent to check here. Because quite often people will be doing this. Yeah, you could swap to Spears now. Spears is fine. The issue is like you hunker down on a strat you've done before. Because you've done like Lombo Horseman a lot. I think you put way too much emphasis on a strat that worked before to do it again. Also, like, and you know, this is like an interesting thought. Like, did you have this sunken cost fallacy where you're like, well, I built the stables, so I should be using the stables? Because I find players can do that a lot.
Now
Hey, sup, Raika? Thank you very much, the raid. Hope you had a good stream. We are actually right now analyzing one of Recon's games up against Puppy from the weekend. And then after that, we're hopping into some more Recon versus Dimming. Yeah, so like Recon, you need to 100% get away from the sunken cost fallacy bait. This is now dead weight to you. Like, unbind it from your keyboard and forget about it for 2 minutes. Right? Because like the longer you ruminate on this building, the worse your situation gets. And it's sad because you do get an initial advantage here, right? Like where you actually push the king back. But the problem is like, you know, for all you know, your opponent could be building spears. Like actually, like Puppy Paw kind of misplayed this a bit. He started building more horsemen and went spearmen on a delay, right? The Keshik idea from that perspective is cool because you're kind of punishing Puppy Paw for a double down. But you don't know that double down's even happening, right? Like you're completely blind to what he's doing because your scout is here. But this is always the tilting part about like this type of play. It's like you think it's good because you've got horsemen against the king to chase him down, but in the end, in these type of fights, you just end up chasing the horseman, not the king, and you can never catch the horseman. So we've got what, like extra Keshiks coming in. You know what else actually is kind of underrated here? And I'm hoping that Anatan has taught people this. Check the neutral trade posts. In this game, it shouldn't really matter much. I mean, actually, I'm going to say something that's going to probably get me judged. I think Magadai kind of is intriguing here. No, don't do it. It's Horseman. Like, if it was Spearman, sure. But now that he's going Spearman, maybe Magadai could have been cool. But, like, you know, the thing you want to check for is something like a Sipahi. Because Sipahi would be cool here. Because like it gives you the reach over on your horseman, so when you get those initial clowny fights with horseman and horseman, you're just better because Sipahi just stab over, right? Anatan has been really good at doing that. In fact, if you watch Anatan's replays, he literally goes and looks for Sipahi intentionally. He actually changes his game plan based on that. I've seen it. Like, there's games where you're like, wait, why is he this time going for the neutral trade post? You go, oh, Sipahi. It's like at this stage, the Spearman transition is kind of slow, right? But you aren't doing anything to scout it out. This is a classic kind of oopsie. Is like because you've got horsemen, you feel like you have to keep the scout there. Here's a thought for you. Would it have been worth building another horseman to wrap around the back to snipe on this and just see what he's up to? It's risky because you're against horsemen, right? But like if you stay in the fog where you know he doesn't have outpost vision, you can get free info in this game. And yeah, this was the interesting part to me. Is like when King's Pass came in, there was an opening here, right? Because I think we had it where like you kind of just didn't go in. Actually, it's a few minutes from now. Like there's this other really important fight that I wanted to highlight where you had an overwhelming military advantage, but you moved down to the flank resources, and you were so paranoid about defending your flank resources, you kept like half of your Keshiks and horsemen back. Right? Like, you're playing Cav and you're playing it defensive when you want to play it aggressive. Like, your outpost already kind of achieves most of the defense here. Yeah, here we go. Here it is, right? It's like, this many Keshik against this many horsemen is too many. Right? You could have had 4 more Keshik up here, and you would have dove this, right? Instead, you wrap in, No. Like, yeah. So this was at the exact moment. You walked here, I think it was. You were one tile short of seeing the tech up. But because you don't have Keshix behind the dive, you don't commit. You also didn't have Undermesh, right? Which, like, I think you... Like, even if you're going castle, you want Blacksmith Undermesh, right? It seems like you suspected he was going castle, which is what makes it intriguing to me, because, like, if you suspect he's going castle and you've got Cav, that's a comp you punish with now, right? Like, Horsemen don't get better in Castle Age. Yeah, this was just Poppy Ball being Poppy Ball. I don't blame you for that. Dude's got, like, some magical fingers. But there was another moment, I think, in this game. I think it was this one. It might have been a different one, because I think we had a second game on Gorge. Where, like, you could have just dove his base with a serious outnumbering, and you didn't. Let's see if we can find it. So yeah, this once again, this is just good Poppy Ball play, right? Like, he catches you in the middle of a tech up. That's expected. Limitano switch comes in now. Blessings. Problem here is now that you want to go Limitano after going Horseman this long, your issues become amplified because you never built Olive Groves. It's like a very popular play right now, and this is a very big difference in this matchup, by the way, is English built farms straight away. You built no Olive Groves, and you went into pocket resources. It's like something I'd actually invite you to think about here is that you built an outpost out here, you moved villages out here, you idled, what was it, 6 Keshiks and 4 Horsemen at a critical point in the game to guard this repository. But you could have just been here safely still if you built 3 or 4 Olive Groves by now, right? And you maybe have like 2 or 3 less Horsemen for that. But you wouldn't have to defend with really any Horsemen here. So your brute force, when your opponent was teching up, would still be double the military power to push in, right? Yeah. Well, because like the other problem on this map in particular is it makes you really predictable. I think like playing berries as Byzantines on this map is a bait when you're playing double dynamic comp rather, because you're always going to be seen, right? Like I can literally not see the map. I can see through fog, and I can be like, well, I know there's berries here, and I know there's berries here. Those are the exact 2 spots he's going to go to. There are no other spots in the game, right? Compare that to like a dry Arabia where you get a berry spawn back here sometimes, right? That's much harder for me to like block everywhere at once because the berries are just very predictable on this map. And it's not just the berries, right? Like, it's one of the negatives of starting in the center on Gorge is like, okay, I can very quickly identify whether you're either going left or right. And then I just lean there. Would be better on Rocky River? Rocky River is kind of an awkward one. Maybe if people walled more, I could see it working. It's just tough, though. Because the problem with Rocky River is you need Wheelbarrow to make that play into the center. By the time you have Wheelbarrow, your opponent should have units to block you. So yeah, here you go. So this was a good fight. You pulled him out. You overwhelmed him. Dive comes through. But this is now Cardinal Sin territory. You're 14 minutes into a game. You're in Castle Age. And you don't have Undermesh. On Byzantines. You lose so many units with this dive to Arrowfire. And it's crazy because Puppy Paw doesn't have Blacksmith tech either. It's like Undermesh level 1 is actually really big here. Because your Keshiks would just be tippled, right? They just wouldn't die. Yeah, this as well. I think you got bogged down a bit too long. You need to like go around and just go deeper. You realized after you had no armor. I wonder, like, Recon, do you ever do, like, do you do the mind checks for yourself? Where you're like, okay, what am I doing? Have I done this? Have I done that, right? I call it, like, when you go out of the house, I call it the free tap, right? You know, keys, phone, wallet, right? Of course not. Yeah, of course not, dude. That's not true, actually. You check if you got the trade upgrades. I think you might want to you should start trying that. I think you'll actually find that'll help you a lot. Because the thing is, you know, at first you might find it demoralizing when you go, what am I doing right now? And you're like, I don't know, you f***ing idiot. What am I doing right now? Right? But then eventually you start answering yourself on what you're doing. And that's where you'll see huge improvements as a player. Do you want to know why Mister's able to do what he does? Because he's thinking like that. He's like, what can I make him think I'm doing? What do I want to do? No, it was like a good plan does not survive first contact with the enemy, right? That's just reality. So it's like, if you're not indulging that idea that you have to change scripts is really bad. I actually saw this in the CSO series. Right? Like the CSO series, there was a moment where he looked completely lost and he didn't do anything. He just kept saving resources and he eventually just teched up, right? And it looked like a noob mistake, but I actually praised him for it. So it's like, he literally doesn't know what to do in this situation. And the worst thing you can do is just go, I'm losing valuable seconds, click button, right? Because like that's a permanent choice you've now made. Sometimes actually taking a moment can actually recover your game, especially when it gets off the beaten path. No, you actually can be smart. You tend to devalue what you do well and focus too much on what you do bad. Which, like, there's positive and negatives to that, right? Like I've told you before, one of your biggest like negatives is you need to get better at scouting. Because AoE 4 is a game all about information. And it's like, you don't need to cripple your strengths to do that, right? Like, you tried to up yourself an aggressive player because you felt like that was a negative that you just always predicted was defensive play. And I agreed on that. But you still know how to play defensive play fairly well, right? But yeah, at this stage of the game, like, the game is pretty much over. It's just Poppy Paw just keeps throwing the game at you a bit. He kept throwing knights into really bad fights, which made no sense. Like, I actually think Poppy Paw just kind of choked a little in some of these engagements, unnecessarily. Like, this point in the game, he should not have been attacking with the knights. It's so weird. He shouldn't have been fighting your army. He should have been raiding flanks the entire time. Because, like, you're still pocket resources here and here. And he knows it. Because you've got a handful of olive groves. Like, Poppy Paw knows the Byzantine olive grove transition timings better than almost any player in the game right now. Your playstyle being different, Stormgate? Yeah, I mean, actually, like, so people really underestimate how valuable it is to play different games and getting different perspectives. I remember I had this where I was talking to one of the Dota 2 coaches, and they highlighted that they were talking to a League of Legends pro, and the League of Legends pro went, I find it really weird that your map isn't mirrored. And from that statement, the coach thought about it. He's like, huh, that's very interesting. Why isn't it like that? And then they went from why isn't that like that to what is the implications of that? And they realized that in Dota 2, because of the fact that the map doesn't spawn like symmetrically, it's much easier to rotate to the north from mid than it is to the south. Right? Because the south is a lot more open and a lot more seen, and the north a little bit more smuggled. But like, it depends on the side, right? It's like, you know, for Dire side, people know the Dota terms. Ganking the offlane is very difficult, but more doable than ganking the Radiant offlane, because like the overextension points. It's like these type of things are really intriguing, because when you get these outside perspectives or you play a different game, you actually get a new refresh on your existing gameplay experiences. Free coaching sucks, no matter who it is. It's just instant commitment for... Whoa. Are you saying my coaching sucks, Vordy? So yeah, like, these type of fights were just really weird. This is the fight I was talking about. Like, there's no reason Poppy Paw should have ever given you this fight. This was such a bizarre fight for him to take. He overextended really badly. So he loses the entire army. This is the point, by the way. Like, you walk towards his base, and you're like, oh, English TC, and you walk away. But, like, you've got Undermesh level 2, right? You've got a decent number of Varangian. You've got Spears. You're actually never going to get more value out of Varangian in this point in the game. And if I remember correctly, you walk up to here, you throw, like, 8 torches at the monastery, and then you walk away. Ready? So here we go. Ow, the TC's hitting me. I'm leaving. Oh, sorry, no, you didn't even say, you didn't even middle finger the monastery. Yeah, so, like, that actually was the point to dive. Because the eco lead is way too big right now, and you're picking up relics behind this. So, like, you know, you could lock in sacred sites as well, right? So, like, this is the point where you just go in. Because you've got Ghoulims that will get worse as the game goes on now. Like, mark my words, Ghoulims do not get any better in this matchup now. Your opponent is switching men-at-arms. He has mass crossbows. It is a countered unit, right? This is another reason why the Eastern Contract is by far the worst performing contract of all the Byzantine choices, by the way. Is the issue with the Eastern Contract, the biggest issue of all, is like Gulems feels like a terrible choice because you already have Varangian. So if you think about it, anything that counters Varangian will counter Gulems as well. Alternatively, things that counter Lancenet don't necessarily counter Varangian, right? Things that counter Camel Riders do not counter Varangian. So it puts you in like a one-dimensional comp. So if you're going to end up that one-dimensional comp, you kind of started to build Varangian, you hesitate. I think if I remember correctly, you lost the Gulems, then built Varangian afterwards. It's kind of funky. But, whenever you play Eastern Contract, you just have to play very, very all-in, I think. Because you don't have a backup plan. Your late game sucks here. So marching comes in for free. I think this is where you start to get caught on the reinforcements. And then this fight, like in theory, it looks like it's going to be good, but you're missing enough Limitane here. Yeah. This one I don't blame you for. Network of castles is just toxic. This part is where it gets grim, though. The fact that you came this far forward, like you have 18 Limitane in total, and none of them are here. And this is proof why Gulems suck. Like, the knights, like, am I a joke to you? 2 knights died there, right? 2 knights. And yeah, this point, the game is over. Like, this raid is a good idea, but it's way too late. If you'd done this raid at the same time as this one, then he split, right? And then he actually can't win those fights. But yeah. I think we already hit on the early phases the biggest issues, though. Like, even after the whoopsie, I think the golden opportunity was when you walked into that base and walked away. Like, you genuinely spat in the face of Gift Horse. I've always started the game with calling out Reddit for saying KP lacks game knowledge, and now he's virtually getting a game review for a pro player. I mean, I don't know. Recon can tell me to shut up at any point, man. He's the one making the tournaments, not me. But he seems to respect my opinion, so that's why I give it. Opinions like butos. Everyone has one, right? SC2 or this game. I don't know if I prefer SC2, but I'm afraid that SC2 is at its end. I mean, I'd keep an eye out for like more upcoming RTSs. AoE4 is kind of in a, I don't want to say stagnant period, but like it's not growing, right? I'll be real, you guys, and I think I'm not alone in this. I am kind of finding it harder and harder to trust Microsoft these days with the news that keeps coming out month after month. Like the recent stuff around, like for example, Tango Gameworks, the other studios got shuttered, has me a bit skeptical there. What I would say is if you're looking for something that's maybe a bit more chill, AoE4 will fit better than StarCraft, because StarCraft is a game with a much longer pedigree that's built up a lot more mutations and a lot more mechanical depth because players have played it for a lot longer, so the small differences truly do matter, whereas AoE4 is a little bit softer of a reset. And, you know, the way that AoE4 is designed compared to StarCraft, if you like more micro-intensive games, StarCraft will be your preference. If you like something more macro-focused, so maybe a bit more casual-friendly, AoE4 will definitely tick a box better there. Was there another game you wanted me to review there, Recon? I think we kind of hit on the obvious thing in game number 3. Your game number 3 was really interesting to me, actually. I think that game 3, the biggest, most... What the hell? Have I not got Woodwall? The biggest, most obvious thing to me in game number 3, actually, that you kind of whoopsie-daisied on, was you just didn't Stonewall. The other big thing is you did not get tags. Wait, why am I going in here? I need to get mods, don't I? So we need to get Woodwall. Okay, I'm restarting my game because it's bugging out mods. I think he could have dived his army when he pushed out in Age 3. I had double his unit count. Yeah. Well, you also, when you raided for Castle Age, you legit should have just gotten Boot Camp and Composite Bows. But I think you know that already. Your problem is, so here's there's actually a bigger encompassing issue past that point though, because you don't have a stone wall on the right side, you get flooded. Mullion flood is how like that is their bread and butter, right? And you know it's going to happen. So if you just stonewall the right side, he can't mullion flood you, because sofas can't wrap into your economy. They have to go through your army, and that's very difficult at that stage. So nice guide to advise. Sure, there's loads. I mean, I've got plenty of YouTube videos that I think people find quite informative and helpful on how to learn AoE4. BC has build order videos. Voldemar has coaching related videos. Players like Lucifron have videos on YouTube that give tips about microing and whatnot. So there's definitely a lot out there. Like, we'll quickly glance that one, and then afterwards we can hop into your Kawasan game versus Dimu the other day. Yep, netcode not good, marketing not good, game engine poorly optimized, those sort of things. The core game fundamentals are really fun. Yeah, so this guy's, you might remember this is the game where Recon decided he wanted to take a leaf out of a Dragavan book. Didn't clown car though, disappointed. Alright, I actually called it, I was like, if he just clown cars here, because there was actually an opportunity to clown car because your opponent went mass javelins. So typically this matchup, like the way it works is Abbasis is expected to go 2TC and trigger a Castle Age eventually, right? But Recon done something very different in this game because the map has trade posts and his name is Recon. I think this game, like Military Wing is just absolutely worth it. There's no point waiting until Castle Age to get that. The opening play on Military Wing makes a lot of sense. There's been a popular play rising with the Abbasids where you basically go for the stables. The logic being is if you drop a stables with 2 horsemen, you have the triangle. You have all 3 unit types to counter everything coming your way. So you always win out some way or other, right? That is very efficient because at this stage in the game, someone else can only build 1, typically, right? And also, the other cool thing about the horseman play is the most standard reaction to Military Wing from the Abbasids. By the way, yeah, I didn't see that the first time round, Mr. Recon. Wait, where are they? Am I an idiot? Where are the Military Wing units? There we go. Yeah, you were house, weren't you? You cheeky git. Housing's important, folks. So the interesting thing actually is recently, I think it's just become established and accepted that the solution to the Military Wing opening is you drop an archer range and build 3 archers. And that's why the stables play has become so popular. Because your opponent's move is predictable because it's optimal. 3 archers is the perfect counter to this. It's the best because like if you go Donzos, like you'll lose to archers. If you go horsemen, you'll lose to spearmen, right? Archers is the one thing that can win. So horsemen just invalidates that. And yeah, so Puppy Paul, he immediately starts queuing up jabs. This is already bad. He needs to go into Donzos. He still has the trees. That's one interesting thing, though. I'm wondering if this stage in the game, like, you just hit the wrong location. Because should you not be here? I feel like stopping this is more important. Because if you stop this, he cannot build javelins. If you stop this, he cannot build Donzos. And you've opened with horsemen. So it kind of feels like you were leaning towards the idea that you can outmass with archers. And you want to stop gold. I guess that kind of fits, right? Like, javelins are a very good defensive unit due to 6-star range. But I do wonder if you maybe could have blocked wood entirely. Wood Wall's a really good map for that type of strat. We actually saw Baltoon attempt that against Wham when he was on the Abbasids. So, as we went in a bit, I'm going to speed up this early game. So yeah, you raided around. The interesting part is you went all the way around, though. I love that. As we get a little bit deeper, the production base did scale, right? We ended up getting archers, we ended up getting horsemen. I don't think we ever got the spearmen being built in. I think Raxus came in a delay behind that. But like this isn't really the important part. Like you played this reasonably well. The whole reason why you play it this way, what Recon's doing here is he's delaying the tech up for the Mullions or discrediting their hand. Everything that Mullions is building right now loses to Golems and Castle Age. And he's setting up trade. So it's kind of that idea of like building in TCs the Abbasids and delaying the age up, but it's a different approach. Where this got really kind of funky though, is the way that he ends up playing this isn't... I don't think he rushed Golems, right? No. The other awkward issue is like I distinctly remember you starting to build camera riders. Camera riders is a really cool idea if you actually had gone multi-TC, but you went trade. And trade is not a good way of getting into camera riders. It's actually like the worst. It's like when you go camera riders like this, when you go trade like this rather, I'd say Golem Siege is probably your backbone. And archers you can stretch to as well. So we'll speed this up a bit. The wall did come in that we talked about, but like this wall at about 17 minutes, 18 minutes I think it was, should have been upgraded to a stone wall. Like, just send a villager out here, start doing it, right? Especially when you're trading like this, especially when you know it's your fallback plan, because this was a feign, right? You're doing this trade now, but you're willing to concede it later. So there's the extra racks plus the stables coming in. Another thing I think, you were slow on blacksmith upgrades, right? Like, you came in undermesh, or was it puppy pool? It might have been puppy pool that was slow on it. I think you got Steeled Arrow and Undermesh. Yeah. So this is like actually a really good time to fight for you. This is a fantastic time. But like once again, you know, the whole idea of actually just playing clown carring isn't bad. It's really micro intensive. But if you feel confident you have the APM, this is where Recon's going to tell me he doesn't have the APM. I have watched Recon play RTSs. He is a very calm player. It's like, right? It's not like done, right? So I could imagine that may play into the idea of, do I want to be a clown carer or not, right? Because clown carring does require a lot more attention. So Grand Fulani coming. I just don't like that you're not fighting though. So that was right. I remember I criticized this because this is a really big no-no. You have double scout. Like, why are you not looking in his base? You have absolutely no reason to not be checking both sides of his base. You even have a wall on the other side, so you could have, like, if your excuse is your scout's back here somewhere, you could just go through the gate and come on the other side. Like, it's perfect because we were actually just discussing this in, like, your last game. Scouting is, I think, one of your big weaknesses that can cost you a lot of easy victories. This was the perfect time to dive and kill puppy pool. Like, your army is huge. Your blacksmith techs are where they need to be. Like, you will not get an easier fight to roll a Marlene player in than this right now. But you just didn't know because you're not scouting. You have one scout here, one scout here. Like, the fact that you've even got your horsemen all back here and you're meant to have, like, a raiding battalion, right? I think it's just a missing opportunity. It usually happens against Marlenes, right? It's like you get super paranoid because they have a hybridized army and you worry if you send horsemen in this choke point, they're just going to die trying to go through. But, instead, I do think, knowing Recon as I know him, a bigger part of this was like, oh, I can just go trade wing now. It's on the way. So, we're going to get to the real cardinal sin beyond, right? Because, like, this is the thing. You now realize it. You go in, but, like, it's way too late now. Also, another crazy thing. I think I praised you in the game at this point. He found a lot of raid value here, folks, for a guy who had no vision. No scout. Once again, has 2 scouts. Neither of them are here, right? But he actually finds the perfect timing to wrap into the deer. He kills, I think it's 6 villagers here. Might have been 7, actually. And retreats behind the walls. But now we're going to get to the piece where, like, I have to whip out the beaten stick, and you know I'm going to have to, Recon. Because he knows it was a whoopsie as well. Actually, I think that was 9 worker kills. Well played, sir. Because what happens in 10 seconds, or rather what doesn't happen in 10 seconds, is kind of the biggest problem. And actually what happens. I kind of forgive him prioritizing Grand Bazaar because he needs food. But you have got 45 archers. Veterans, he does get queued. That is correct. What you will notice in the coming minutes is composite bows never got queued. And this, by the way, is the time when this stone wall should have been going up I was talking about. Like, this is a golden opportunity. You've got villagers nearby. Just send them over, stone wall up. Gather the stone literally from here. Because you have to know a sofa flood is coming. And if you at least condense the sofa flood to the left side, you build archer spear win. Like, Abbasid archers destroy Marleyan archers. It's not even close. And because the whole strategy of Marleans and Castle now relies around Mustafadi sofa spam to flood the map, a map like that is categorized as closed, like Woodwall, is really good for you, right? Maps like Dry Arabia are a death sentence for bastards here. The problem is that what Malians do is they just converge on 3 sides, and you just can't address it all at once, right? It's like it's brain overload. But this should just turn into a we fight here for at least a few more minutes until the Malians open up the center, which, by the way, is something you should be paranoid and aware of could happen. Like Ghulams, I don't mind Ghulams here, lay it in, but yeah, Spearman plus Archers is literally your bread and butter. Which is why, like, I was kind of surprised that you weren't prepping to secure the wood line, because that wood line is like your whole world, right? Because Archers is more important for you, and Spearman is basically how you beat everything here. Like Spearman with Phalanx perform really well against Musafadi, and obviously counter surface. But yeah, this is where we are just going to click on this building, and we're going to stay highlighted here. I'm not sure what the Horseman fort was. I guess it's just the veterancy of the existing Horseman, right? Because I don't think we added in more, so that's fine. But this is where it all goes wrong, right? I mean, Soph already got in. Right, wait, where did he get in from anyway? Was that a wrap from the original point? Or was... Because we asked about this in the game. Lidicor thought you may not have walled properly. I think you did, though. But yeah, at this point, the game is over. But I want you guys to just envision how different this game looks for 2 details. Like, we'll scrap the whole, if he scouted, he could have went in and ended the feudal. We'll focus on the castle. On a map like this, knowing that Malians go towards a Zerg format and castle, you stonewall. You need to start thinking of Malians like you think of Chinese in Imperial Age. You know what they're going to do. There's a reason why every player at a high level playing against China hitting Imperial Age immediately builds a stonewall. It's because they're going to build Palace Guard and they're going to flood you. Right? So once you've walled this, you get a trade point fight. Mobility no longer an advantage for Malians. And then the other thing is genuinely just composite bows. He didn't get boot camp even, which is so cheap, but like composite bows itself is good enough. Yeah, at this point, everything's dead. Sofas are everywhere, you can't stop it anymore. Kind of a shame, man. Like, I don't know. What I like, though, is, you know, Recon hasn't been playing as much as Poppy Paw. We know that, but I think he had some interesting moments in that series, right? Like Game 1 and Game 3 in particular. I actually really thought we were going to get Game 4. Yeah, Poppy should 100% be dead. And like people are going to just straight out blame that on Marlian's OP. And I mean, yeah, Marlian's castle age is a bit broken. But there is a little bit of fault to be tanked by like Recon on that. And I think, you know, he'll know. Like, by the way, like Recon won't mind me like throwing the blame at his feet on these things, because the reality is, if you want to become a pro player, you can't throw the blame at other people's feet. That's why I'm a commentator. I can just get to blame other people. But no, he'll be willing to admit, like, yeah, there was some clear duck-ups there. Is there another team tournament coming? I remember that stack. So, I think what we'll do now is... Ooh, do we check out some more Recon, or is there someone else who was scrimming on the weekend? Was Beastie scrimming with Kiljadi again by any chance? I can quickly check that, actually. Yeah, I hope that helps a little bit, Recon. Honestly, try the exercise around thinking about what you're doing. Every 10 seconds, every 20 seconds, you know, whatever feels like manageable to begin with, ask yourself, what am I doing? And if your answer comes back and it's I don't know or nothing, then you know you've now got an area to improve, right? Like, okay, that part of the game I screwed up because I genuinely didn't tell I had no idea. If people think that I'm like pushing some tarot card healing crap, by the way, that thought process helped me improve in Dota to the point that I became a top 3,000 player in Europe. So it works. It works very, very well. Because when you start to ask yourself what you're doing, when you start to think about it and respond to it, you either come up with a justification or you don't have one, and then you seek one. Once you actually can understand how you got to something, you can put it to action. But the first point in solving for that critical, fundamental route to improvement is understanding there's a problem. And the best way to understand there is a problem is quite a simple check of, hello, what are we doing right now, right? It's steps, right? Identify, analyze, solve. Okay, so let me have a look quickly at Kiljadi's data. Because I don't know if he was doing some scrims with Beastie. Does anyone know if Beastie was scrimming with someone on the weekend before this series? I'm not sure if he was or not. Doesn't look like it. No, I don't think he was. And was Marine Lord. Basically, I don't watch people's scrims who like weren't scrimming them. But anyone who was literally scrimming while streaming, which is why we're watching some Recon versus Dimu so far today. Like, I'm like, dude, that's fair game. I'm sinking my teeth into that crap. So, I don't think so. No. Okay. So, we can watch the Recon versus Dimu game on Kawasan, actually, I guess. Unless there's... No, we said we didn't want Hillendale, right? Hillendale's kind of... Oof. Mongol versus Abbasids. Yeah, I'm not a fan of Mongols. I mean, Mongols actually have some kind of situational usages in these water hybrid maps, right? They're not terrible. All right, should we get ready to go? All right, there we go. Scrum watch time. That's right. We're checking in on my Brit boys again. Team Liquid's Dimu up against Recon, and we are indeed going to be on Kawasan. Anyone else actually quite hyped to see the return of this map? Like, one's in chat if you're enjoying it a lot. I actually have been loving Kawasan. The games can drag a little bit deep, but they tend to be incredibly entertaining the way they've been playing out. I don't know if that's the caliber of the players we're dealing with now. I don't know if that's the way the mirror has evolved, but it feels like these maps we saw a long time ago just feel refreshing and actually so much better now with how we've been seeing them recently. So, Mongols versus Abbasids, though, that is an interesting matchup. You know, back when we did have Kawasan regularly, Mongols was pretty damn strong. I'd say they were actually one of the best picks on this map. I feel like they've fallen off a bit, though. Abbasids, on the other hand, have been rising up. They were already like a mid to decent tier pick for this particular map. Now I rate them incredibly highly. They are very powerful with these quick feudal into archers and spearmen play from the military wing. You still go for a little bit of fishing because it's so cheap, but you quickly get your hands on those initial units that gets you into a ram early. It's been a problem for a lot of different civs I've noticed on this map so far, but Mongols are a different beast, right? They're the ones that tend to bring the fire because we have indeed got a Rax opening. And yes, the fresh few stuff's change for the Abbasids definitely did help a lot. Gave a lot more malleability to their builds. I think the other thing in general as well is Abbasids kind of had a similar situation to the Chinese, right? Where like China looked OP when Ottomans got nerfed. I think Abbasids kind of looked OP when certain other civs got tweaked and when certain maps exited rotation, right? Like Abbasids were a decent pick already. They just kind of inflated. And people just also needed time to cook. And it doesn't surprise me. Like if you think about it, RTSs in general, and definitely Age of Empires has this trend of like when new civs or new games come out, fast castling and these kind of boom type strats tend to look OP. And you have to remember that when Ibids first came out, it felt that way. It's definitely a strong build. But the reason I reference Ibids here is Abbasids-Ibids as a matchup. When Ibids first came out, Ibids was seen as a hard counter to Abbasids because Abbasids hate fast-teching civs. But as the dust has settled and we've gone deeper into the months, Abbasids have actually been trending into a positive win rate now up against the Ibids. And it's because they actually have these really cool ways of reaching the castle while applying pressure. And some decent solutions to a lot of the initial answers Ibids get upon rushing castle. You know, it's the same logic behind Mongols when we used to think tower rushing was OP. It definitely was stronger back in those days, but when people were given time to anticipate, counter it, they started to solve for it. And it fits, right? Like Abbasids has not historically been seen as an aggressive civ. They're more a defensive civ. And if you think about the way that these type of games work, aggressive moves will always look OP at first. The reason is because, once again, your opponent doesn't know how to counter it. once again, if you're the one making the move, they have to react. Right? French Knights, I know some people are still going to try to argue they're absolutely ridiculous at launch. I mean, you can argue that back and forth. I think a bigger issue is just because Knights were the de facto aggressive unit, they looked OP because you had to lose something to figure out how to do something, right? This matchup looks like Dimu is going to have to lose something. Does go for the double dock split, love that. Dock coming on the other side, so it looks like it might be a one lake split. Dimu already in position for that additional dock. Tech up should soon be on the way, so a little bit more food gathering to go. Plenty of gold to work with. Looks like we actually get some overhauling here, so probably it's going to be to prioritize the Broadaxe, right? Now that your opponent's gone spears, you have even more reasons now to scale into additional archers. What Civ do I main? I don't really play much AoE4, actually. I think I can count on both hands how many games of AoE4 I played in 2024. I commentate, I coach, I analyze. The Civ I probably would play if I come back and do like a Road to Conk series would be Japan. I actually find Japanese to be a really fun Civ. Their timings are really nice. They have cool unit options. I think they're actually, like, when I look at how I want Civs to be designed, there are a lot of fundamentals in the way Japan has been designed that I think should be applied to every Civ moving forward. But historically, in the past, like French, Rus, and HRE, I think I'd say were the ones. HRE in the very earliest days, Rus as well, and then French like a year or two later. Double-digit spearman from Recon. I think he's gone a bit too far into this play. The problem is you don't need this many spears to take out double dock. And I'm wondering, does he scout the third? Oh, please tell me he saw that. He sees the villager, so he should know about the extra dock. Unfortunately, though, it's not going to matter now. I mean, you build this many spears, you're expecting to clear up both docks, but you're never expecting to have to clear up a third. And that third should be the difference maker here. Dimu, I think he's going to have enough time to get an archer ship out here. How high could I coach someone who's stuck in plat? I think I made a comment before that, you know, if you figure out how to like follow a build order, you can fairly easily optimize it to get to diamond, or definitely easily conk. If I took the time with someone to like drill fundamentals into them, I think conk is quite achievable. But I think that's like that's a negative way of looking at how to coach, right? You have to ask the person what their goal is themselves. What do they, like, you know, are they sensing someone that's weak, first of all, before you analyze and tell them what is weak, right? Because you need to have this coming together of what they believe is their strong point in the game and what you think is their strong point. So that you can really address what's bad. Bad coaching comes from a place of, you're wrong, this is right. Right? Because like the reason it's bad coaching is even if you know you're right, the problem is it's much easier to convince someone to drink if they admit they're thirsty. Right? It's much easier to convince someone to drink if they're asking for water. Versus someone who's like, oh, I don't need that. It's always been that way. Like, what's that classic sales maneuver? Sell me these sunglasses, and the guy just starts shining like light in his eyes. He's like, you want to buy some glasses? So double archer ship comes out as expected. Demo ship as well. Recon is now going to try to contest this. He did go for the Naval Arrow Slits play, which I love to see. Remember, you generate stone on the Uvu, so you're able to do this quite freely. Biggest thing you need to work on is APM and build orders. Yeah, like I said, a good build order can just get you there. I mean, it's not even APM as much as people think. I think APM becomes an intimidating thing that gets thrown around way too much. Like, you need to snort a kilo of cocaine, headbutt a table, and then like crunk a Red Bull to be able to have the APM to play at a high level. That's not true. Trust me, I've seen some of the APMs on some of the pro players. It's not that high. In multiple games. Because meaningful actions, right? It's better to take half the time and make the correct clicks than like double the APM and make all the wrong clicks. Demos are gradually getting for this dock. Looks like Recon is not going to be able to lock Dimu out of the water. So a 1-1 pond split. But the dock is up on the west side again. Demos are coming in from both sides. Backlight is going to go down. More junk. I'm going to be able to just try and mop up that demo. Needs to be a little bit careful about positioning. But Recon, no land pressure coming in, right? And this is what scares me is, remember, Dimu, he has mopped it all up, right? Like, the spearmen are gone from one side, but he's still got archers on the other. And because you're playing as the Abbasas, you do have an inherent ability to build rams already. Looks like Doc on the south side did at least get denied, but we'll be able to rebolster that now. Recon trying to sneak an extra Doc up at this time, maybe the worst possible time here. Yeah, like I've seen people with high APMs that are like silver, hard silver. Meaningful choices, guys. The exception of APM may be like water maps, right? Like water maps definitely drive APM because of the dodging involved with things like demo ships. But yeah, outside that, it's all relative. Recon, how did you get that up? Oh wow, I think Dimu was sleeping, man. Like he had the archer ships right here. He never contested that, so that's a shocker. Naval Arrowslit's coming in, so Dimu, a suboptimal player here. He really should have just had this on lock, the freest pond of his life. Instead, now he's going to fight even harder for it. So what is Recon's play from this type of position? He's now applied some pressure on this pond. I think you don't over-invest here. You just focus on locking out the other. Because he still hasn't dealt with that dock yet. Dimu is still contesting him in. Yeah, here's the other problem. We talked about this potential play. The ram is now in the way. Why is ram so effective here? Everything that you can build on the sea does nothing to a ram. You know, unless the ram tries to become a flotilla. In which case, the demo ship will be able to do 85 damage. But 85 damage per demo to kill a unit with 370 health isn't great. What are you guys talking about 20 APM? Dude, didn't Dom prove you can like remain a conk player with was it 60 APM? Can you ever remember, was it 50 or 60 APM? I can't remember what his APM was. There was a certain amount of APM he was allowed. Recon could think about adding in Keshiks. I think that this is the problem. Because he invested in boats, he's not investing in Keshiks. Like, 2 Keshiks here slaps. It forces a land transition out of Dimu, and it idles up his woodline in the interim, right? That allows you to consolidate here, and then on a delay, you can come for the Western Lake. But instead, this choice to just go for the double pond, like, I actually think you just naval arrow slit this and stopped. That would have been good enough. This just looks depressing. 50 APM, there you go. Why does the Abbasid female villager sound like a chicken sometimes? I'm sorry, I just want to clarify. Ah! What kind of chickens do you raise? I guess, like, chickens that have consumed helium. Villagers? Wait, what? Alright, dude, this is an overcommitment by Recon. Bruh, chill. Calm down, because if Dimu just pulls the archer ships now, this is going to turn into a massacre. Recon, quick reaction to move away, but he's going to lose some of the retreat here. Archer ship. So let's get a final flurry off. Archer's a little bit late to chase there, so Recon, by some miracle, actually gets away without wheelbarrow. What? Oh, not when they die? I mean, what noise then? I'm wondering now. Okay, yo, can one of you scream? Wait, sorry, wrong thing to say when you just approach someone in the woods. Yeah, once Aja Mabahan sounds like chicken noises to you? Little like a clock, dude. You guys are raising some weird chickens. I mean, I deal in British chickens here. They just standard bark at you. They go oli oli oi 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 and then throw a bib ball at you. Y'all got some weird chickens. Culture Wing now on the way from Dimu, though, so we're going up to Castle. Recon on the other side of this is kind of locked to the Feudal. He did finally go for that Keshik play, but it's so late. If he'd done this instead of the dot commitment, I think his game would look pretty solid right now. Instead, I'm worried he's going to find himself behind. So Spearman already being prepped. It looks like Dimu is aware. This could easily just be a Gulam follow-up. Probably going to be looking at what? Just archers with composite bows? I actually really love the idea of just Gulams plus archers here because you can flood them so quickly. Because you have full wood eco on land and then full food eco on water. Pram movement again. Guys, I'm telling you, like, Bastards are a top 4 pick on Kawasan. Actually, I put them top 3. Mongols are kind of okay. I don't know if I put them in top 4. They're close, though. Japanese feels like they are top 2. I'm still not convinced who my top 1 is. HRE are actually surprisingly good here. They just have better maps. Yeah, Japan, I think the best civs in this tournament, Master of Realms, is probably going to be Juji, Japanese, Chinese. The Asians are taking over, man. Who knows? Maybe they will in the end. We've got 2 Asians playing in the tournament, right? But Juji are incredible for the proper water maps. Japanese are incredible for the water hybrid maps and Holy Island. And then you've got the Chinese that are just kind of a great all-rounder civ. Tech complete, preservation knowledge to just get queued up. So it should be Pork into Comspose plus the boot camp. Undermesh already in the way. Recon is surprisingly enough playing into mass archers here. Now this is kind of cool actually. Kurotai versus composite bows keeps this fight close, but it still does favor the Abbasids if you're prioritizing mass archers. Because their archers attack 33% faster. That's a 33% DPS increase, just those wondering, compared to 20%, right? So, like, not even close in that regard. If you shift away from archers, actually Kurotai is better. So, Mangonels is a perfect example. Another one would be when you get into, like, Men-at-Arms versus Gulam territory. The Men-at-Arms will get their damage buff, the Gulams will not. Kurotai unpacking. Dimu has started to wall himself in. Moss drop coming through. We are seeing a mirrored move on the other side from Recon. As an ABBA main, you hate Mangonels, but you make them so well. I mean, it kind of checks out, right? You live in a desert and you hate mangoes. Have you even seen a mango? They're delicious. Rave around the back. Another nice thing about having Kurotai is when you're in range, you obviously have the veterancy buff without having veterancy. Unfortunately, it's nowhere near here, so this is just a terrible fight for Recon to be taking right now. Yeah, I think he overextended with position here. Kurotai should have probably been kept a lot closer, because there's no reason to put Pocket here, right? Like, you've got boats to defend on the shore side. So the only risk is to the north, where you've got your Uva location. So a bit of a misplay on positioning there from Recon. Does cost him dearly in the trade-out. Give Dimu an opening fight. They definitely shouldn't have favored him, and one that's going to get better now. Boot camp now on the way. Kurotai is finally going to unpack. Still, you've only got archers here, and you are contesting Gulams. Damage is going to be high, so the Gulams should die fast, but just buying more time for the archers to push you back. Remember, this is a double aura comp here. We've got the Yam plus the Kurotai buff, so will be enough to recover Recon's base. Dimu needs to slow down a bit. Like, if you do not respect this type of aura, it snowballs hard. There's a reason why this has quickly become like a definitive meta, I feel like. You know, you see trade a lot, but you still see that priority Yam a lot. Kurotai is kind of a backbone of most builds right now. It's because it just gives you this potency to your aura that not many civs can rival, right? Like, you know, you think of the English with the attack speed aura that can kind of eclipse, but mobility and damage, there's not many civs that can boast that, right? Like, the ones that come to mind is Ottomans, but Ottomans' feudal presence kind of fell off the side of a cliff. Oh, thank you, Tree Frog. Although I debate that you're really a Tree Frog. Because if you were, how did you just type that message without opposable thing? Like, would you not, like, it would be more like, rescind Yeah, because you'd be like hitting the things nearby with your little frog feet. Just a thought. Someone laugh at that before it gets awkward. So Dimu has calmed down. There is a raid attempt, but it's not a quick one, so this should never really do any damage. Relic situation is benefiting Recon a bit better. Food situation is kind of padded out on both sides. I'd say actually, like, Recon's in a reasonable position. The Golden Age is a little bit annoying for him, right? The 15% buff is just something he can't really match. Yam does compensate a bit, but I'd say Yam is closer to like a 7.5% difference maker than a 15%. Black market research. I've got to get some of that money. If I could just get a voice modulator that made me not sound like an ass clown, I'd be happy. Gulam's coming in, trying to make an ass clown out of these horsemen. They are not lasting long. Remember what he said, like these archers, if it just turns into mass archers versus mass archers, it's not a great situation for Recon. Composite bows are just so much better. I love this. He cuts off from the fight, moves it away from the Kurultai and towards Recon's economy. Big idle time coming through here. 29 workers running away. Best part is, we don't even have to fight. Just keep running. We'll have to in a sec. Yam has just reactivated. So Dimu just has to stand his ground here now. Yeah, the fact he has to actually A-click one of the horsemen kind of feels bad. Means worse trades for him. But this is what Yam does for you, right? Like, I've seen so many games where players fall apart right now because they forget to get Yam. So just be like Recon and build a Deerstone. It's actually baffling how many players forget to get Yam, even when it would be really good for their comp. It's a semi-expensive tech, right? If I remember correctly, it's 350 or 500 resources. You have to wait for Castle Age. And you have to have an outpost. But it's so worth getting your hands on. Recon able to mop it up. Now on the move, Dimu. Resets for a new wave. Another cool thing about having Yam here, it actually makes it much harder to hit with a Mango properly as well. TC now coming through for Dimu, so he is going for that land flip. Is there anything he's really missing that he benefit from here? I think medical centers is actually a really cool shout. Actually, what he could have done in this game is dropped a TC in the center and then medical centers TC'd. That's really cool, actually. I haven't seen too many players utilizing that yet. I have been quite critical of medical centers here, to the point that you genuinely think I'm like one of those people saying that no one should have free healthcare. But recently, I've been convinced medical centers is kind of decent. Right, the +2 health sucked when it was on keep because you just couldn't keep drop. But now that it's on TCs, something that Abbasis always build, it's a great way of just recovering your army quickly. Especially if you play a bit more aggressively onto the map, which is happening more frequently with Abbasis at the moment. What do you guys think? Is this going to end in castle or imp? I feel like we're trending towards imp here. Bar a huge flip up. I think that the armies are closely matched. In game, it's Recon. What are you trying to say, DB20? Are you saying that Recon is incapable of ending a game before Imperial Age? Does that mean that Recon either has a 100% win rate or 100% lose rate against Donati? So TC has been discovered, so Recon now flipping pressure to the center. Beneficial with the Kurultai. Siege already coming in as well. That's something that Dimu has lagged behind on. Archers are rotating towards the gold here, but sprint and placement should be enough to push this away. Dimu needs to get the army home because there's a bigger threat on his doorstep right now. Wait, have we not got... Really? You don't want to get some good old improved raid bounty right now? Yeah, one of these days, I might bother to try to take that mobile game up on one of their offers for these type of integrations. But not this day, baby. I like Recon's position right now. I think you just keep pushing for this TC. Because Dimu is being a bit greedy about it, right? And he's also exposing a weak point that he needs all this food on the front side. you're in a brilliant position, especially with the Kurotai buff, to just Mango Siege this down. Maybe you just add in 1 or 2 rams. Like, that is a possibility here, but not completely necessary. Dimu has a really hard fight ahead of him. Archers. Ooh. Wait. Why are there 2 mangoes back here? I mean, I don't know why, but I'm pretty sure Recon's happy about it. Nice quick clean up here. Barely anything gets lost. Front side. He's going to forfeit some territory, though. Yeah, he has no horsemen. And in fact, the interesting part to me is that he's not building men-at-arms at all. Why? I don't have an answer why. It's kind of wild, actually. Like, horseman doesn't really make much sense against Gulam. I forgave it before because he didn't see the Gulam mass, but now that he does, you build men-at-arms 100%. Men-at-arms are great against Gulams. Your opponent's built archers, he hasn't built mass crossbows. You've got mangoes to deal with potential mass crossbows anyway, right? Instead, you're spending the same amount of resources to get something that survives about half as long in these fights. Now, it's not bad if you want to raid, but from your position, your goal isn't to raid. Your goal is just to dent into the base. As soon as I say that, Mongols be raiding. An uncomfortable tree line. Everyone hunker down. Just don't swing your lumberjack axes too wide. You may decapitate my mum. And even Springle's start to actually hurt because of this buff. Remember, it also does buff your bonus damage. Something very unique about Kurotai. So, like, for example, these archers will inflate their damage. The mangoes will inflate their damage. This is a very powerful tool. It's especially good for Trebs, actually. Recon's going into 2 rams right now, but I honestly would have preferred 2 Trebs. They're not too expensive either. Remember, Traction Trebuchet is only 400 resources. Even 1 Treb instead of 2 rams feels a lot better because of the Kurotai affecting Trebuchet damage bonus. Like, it's actually crazy. Kurotai basically does what Geometry should. Talk about crazy trade out there. Mango's going down. Well played by Dimu. Horsemen are going to try to ride in now. Full Rohirrim-like. Way too late, though. If he'd done that straight away, it would have been a great engagement for Recon. Now overextending with his own anti-siege. Mango shots coming through. Whoa, Recon. Calm down, buddy. I think Recon is getting a little bit overly aggressive now. It's crazy. If he took the fight straight away, great. Gets in, gets the kills, the horseman gets out. Now he's at risk of being pulled back entirely. Dimu now with the dive. Gulam's really not feeling that counted right now. Mango hits coming in big, just that one. Now, the interesting thing about Kurotai is it makes it a little bit longer for these masses to die against 1 Mango, but it's still an advantage for archers to now manipulate. And still enough to now push Recon fully back. What a mistake! Dude, this is the thing about Recon. I feel like Recon, he plays so well up to the verge of a victory, but players like Dimu are incredible at exploiting 1 idle slip-up. And I think we did have that slip-up there. The lack of reaction to this room was coming forward when he's Mango sieging onto the TC. Mistake. If you want to play that kind of casual and slow on the reaction, you do Trebs. You don't do a Mango siege. Because if you want to do what he done there, he needs to be immediately using the Horseman. The only reason the Horsemen are justified here is their mobility. That mobility simply just didn't exist correctly in that fight, though. Now Recon. In a dire situation here. Dimu with an overwhelming military lead. And the biggest edge, the thing that's kept Recon competitive, has been this. Was this. Was is the word I'm looking for. Because that thing's going down. Damn, man. Whenever I watch Recon, I kind of get that feeling where I'm like, man, this guy could be in the finals. So often. I'll get halfway through a Recon game, I'm like, damn, this kid could like be going up against M-Lord. And then, you know, it's almost like it's the easiest of blunders that he makes. Quite often the thing that I find about Recon, you know, he doesn't think he's smart. He is smart. He actually makes some formidable plays that even the top 8 wouldn't really think of, and it gets him ahead. But then it's almost just like, haha, I got over that really cool play. Like, I just imagine him alt-tabbing and sending me a message like, KP, did you see that play? I got over that play. And then I could just be typing back, Recon, pay attention to the game! Because that small slip-up on the anti-siege has just completely reversed the outcome of this game now. Why not move it? Because at that stage, moving the Kurotai just doesn't work. That many units will just pinch it. And also, because you pack it up, it no longer has ranged armor, so all the ranged units kill it faster. So like what he done there instead, by leaving the Kurotai there was a chance he might be able to creep back up, and also it at least keeps Dimu killing this instead of diving you. Who likes Siege? I don't know, man. Maybe this guy? Recon revealing his My Little Pony arc. Dude, I swear Recon... I keep bringing it up because there's a really fun story arc of like Recon's attempt to become something other than a turtle, right? To leave his shell behind. What better way than to show you're not a turtle than to engage with horsemen? We see it with his Byzantines. We're seeing a lot of his Mongols right now. He's in love with the ponies. I mean, honestly, so we used to say that his animal for Wololo should have been a turtle. Instead, it was a raccoon. Are we just going to accept that now it should be a pony? Oh, man, dude, I just thought about that. I mean, it's probably not the biggest thing that should be depressing me about it, but I just realized we're only going to have two animal banners. Wololo for AoE 4 players this year. I loved all the different quirky designs we had. I still think mine's the best, by the way. Pigeon wins. Mister's second and Recon's third. Sorry, everyone else. Those are my favorite animal designs. Raid coming in. Textiles is going to guarantee Dimu gets this up. And he's going to get it up before he loses too many villages as well. A few are going to go down, but eco situation not looking too grim. Fishing, meanwhile, has been denied. Recon removed from the lakes entirely. Oh, God. Yeah, this is downward slope point. These are where games get defined, right? As soon as you lose pawn control, especially when you're playing mass horsemen like this, I mean, good thing he was leaning into a mech build because that's pretty much all he's going to be able to afford now. You're right, ponies are good if you have fit. It's fine, dude. Like, ponies don't eat fish anyway. That's so weird. Not clearing the sea. Yeah, it's kind of interesting, actually, if you think about it, because you postured here. That's actually a really good point you bring up. I still think, by the way, your critical error was, like, you built Rams, not a Treb here, and then also you just weren't paying attention to the Springolds. Like, that is the clear blunder. But you are correct, an even easier play is you're literally sitting here with Springolds, and you're not killing his fishing. That's wild, considering you have full mid-map control. You could have starved his food, and he wouldn't have the eco to back up this 2TC Gulen mass play anymore. Actually, camels are viable for the Abbassids, guys. All you have to do is play water maps. Oh, I just heard like 90% of the AoE4 community collectively scream. We've actually seen camel archers, especially on Kawasan, is super sick. Actually, pros do use them. You just need to watch more Anatan games. Aquatic camels? I mean, it makes sense. They've already got water inside them, right? So you just become one with the water. Someone's about to go and drown because they're going to be like, wait, my body has water in it. That means I can be water too. Calm down. Make sure you can swim. Springold count reinflating. So we're about to have 8v8 Springolds here. Recon does not have that Kurotai anymore, though, so he's at a big disadvantage. I wonder, do we have... No medical centers. A bit surprising. Very surprising. Yeah, I think medical centers is such a big miss here. Just not getting it. It's so cheap as well. 280 resources to heal up this whole army is just worth it. Siege on the outpost starting to come through. Recon, 4 for more ground. Another danger of this now is Dimu could just start grabbing the berries for a food inflate. This is a big deal in Kawasan. We don't see it come out too often because usually the game's decided by them, but the berry mass in the center has always been a high priority for cities like the Abbassids, the Delhis, and nowadays even the Japanese. And yes, the recent update made it so that medical centers apply to the town centers because why should the military only get free healthcare? Hey, you may mock my country's teeth, but we at least give everyone free healthcare. How does Recon recover this now? He has got 5 mangoes. I bet the problem still for me is Recon just doesn't have a front line. And it looks like he's trying to go Imperial Age in a game that you just die for doing so. Like, his issue in this game truly was never going men-arms. I just don't really feel like the Horseman done much. Hey, that's not true. You don't have to wait 2 years for a doctor's appointment. That's what accident emergency is for. And when you show up and they go, where's the accident? And you go, well, 5 years ago, my mum said I was an accident. And then they feel really bad for you and treat you anyway. Going through the north side. There's a lot of economy up here for Recon as well. In fact, how much of his eco is over here? Castle drop. Successful for Dimu, so he's looking to prep around the sacred sites. Also, big deny to the gold. Remember, this is a game where you do not have Silvertree. So, no long-term gold access for Recon, and a tech up that I'm just not convinced actually does anything. Oh, the siege not doing anything unless you get them to attack? No, Recon, you just suggested a buff to siege. 80% of the AoE4 community hates you right now. You're meant to make fans, not enemies. There you go, Recon. That Imperial Con really helps. Dude, he's not shown. Calm down. Yeah, this game is over, man. I mean, it's been over for a few minutes now. Recon was in a really great position in that center, but the moment he slipped, Dimu hasn't really given him a way back in. And the problem is, like, Recon hasn't really changed the script. He's just been building the same things over and over again, right? It's not really a recipe for success, right? If you're doing the predictable thing from behind, you're likely to stay behind. Dimu's comp just works a lot better at this stage. I think, in hindsight, Recon just needed a front line. A real front line. This doesn't count. And remember, folks, this is basically a fake imp. He's finally getting the first detail of it, which is going to be raw shot triggers, but I don't really think it's about the siege mass anymore. Golems and archers can be more threatening here. And Dimu is also now starting to stockpile up for a tech up. Yes, good old Rorschach triggers. Because when you get in a fight with a Springald, you're like, I have you now. And then he goes, I'm not trapped in here, you. You're trapped in here with me. And then he accidentally shoots an archer. Eco wing now on the way. I wouldn't be surprised if Recon just calls at the moment the tech up comes out. Because he's going to have to take a fight right away. Of course Batman was the Springle crew. Dude, this is like a medieval Batmobile. How else do you shoot a bolt that far? And when you see a Springald fight, that's just a Batarang. You forgot to catch. Siege coming in on the castle. Villagers pull for the repair, though. I think if Recon gets bogged down here, it's going to be too late. The problem right now is his army is kind of deceptive, right? Like, half of it is literally in siege. And the moment that tech up comes out, one Culverin deals with all of this. Maybe one's a stretch. Let's say 2. Culverins just feel so much better than Springles at this stage in the game. Then again, Recon won't complain. Usually the pop efficiency is the big thing, but when you're not even at 200 pop, I don't think you care as much. Interesting game though, man. I mean, once again, a perfect example where Recon is on like that very edge. It's tough, right? Like, I don't know how many hours he's able to commit at the moment. It just feels like if there was a few more, I could see him taking games regularly from the top players in tournament play. I think he really is that gifted of a player. Very smart thinking, and you know, maps like this and tournament formats where you've got non-standard rotation maps, ones that aren't being grinded a million times a day by 1 or 2 players, like, you know, that people like Beasties and Dumus that do their streaming content are able to play Dry Arabia so much that grind that map harder than a stripper grinds a pole for $20, right? Like, those people are kind of put at more of a disadvantage compared to a Recon when you then throw in a Kawasan or a Moving Out or an Archipelago. His creativity often does lead to great success. We've seen it in the past historically of the game. Just gotta work on those mid-game attention points. Because the thing that will still shine through, even when you take it to a different map, is once you get to that mid-game, players who do have all these mutations played out, like a Dumu, the moment that they see a mistake, they exploit that mistake, they're not going to give it over easily in return. Great snipe there to take out the Mangos. Recon now reduced down to a handful, and that is going to be enough to convince him the game is done. Huh? Wait, what's safe? What? Back ponds? Wait, didn't you just describe... You just described Black Forest. What is wrong with you? Oops. What do we call that one? Dude, your problems were far before the keeps. Oh, man. The Aura Boys, maybe? Mongol's best Aura Civ. Let's see. Tier 2 and 3 and Tier 3 Mongol or Slap, we just forgot. I don't know, man. I think you genuinely had him. You've just got to stop sleeping on Traction Trebs. People legit are sleeping on Traction Trebs, even though they're insanely good with Kurtai. Like, if geometry worked that way, right? Geometry would actually be good. Because remember, Kurtai basically is what geometry should be for Trebs. You just build 2 Trebs there, you seize down the TC easily, right? You don't put your Mangos on the line like that and it's easy. Because then you just keep hiding the Mangos behind the tree line. And yeah, in the meantime, yeah, take those Springles and actually shoot his bows, dude. Alright, so let's see. Who else have we got at it at the moment? Do we want some normie ladder play? Anachad been scrimming with like an M-Lord maybe? Oh, I think he's been playing a bunch with the 3D boys actually. Interesting. Love that Donald's back playing, by the way. Big Pog. Are you playing next weekend? Let's have a look. That is a good question. Let me check. So you, loser. Whoa. Yeah, you're against Vortex. Avoid Holy Island. Probably, I think you're alright with 4 lakes. And then what, avoid... Do you maybe have to avoid moving out? No, I think you should be fine. It's going to be fine if you play aggro. But, like, I mean, if you can actually force migration, I think you'd probably screw Vortex. I don't think Vortex has been practicing migration. Not many people have. I think Dumu is one of the few people who've regularly been practicing migration. Some people tried it and they just stopped, right? I think most people just expected it not to get picked. Like, I can guarantee you no one's done... Like, dude, okay, do you want to know a Gigabrain play, Recon? You pick King of the Hill. No one is practicing King of the Hill. Everyone refuses to pick it. I'm not good at war maps. Sorry, bud. There's an entire category. You're going to have to pick one of them. I'm just trying to help you out. Yeah, actually kind of funny that, like, I think genuinely someone could throw a curveball by picking King of the Hill. We need casters only tournaments where pros cast their games instead. So what you're saying is you want a decrease in the quality of the commentary and the gameplay simultaneously. Intriguing. Oh, did Zern and Beastie play it? I mean, I admittedly didn't really catch many of the Saturday series on account of dying, but... Oh, yeah, you're right, they did. China versus Ottos. I mean, actually, I'm kind of not surprised these guys picked it, to be honest. They might be the only ones I'd expect to pick it out of all these players. Like, is there anyone else I would look and say, yeah, they'd probably go for a good old King of the Hill? This guy might. This guy Recon right here, I could see that. I feel like everyone else just won't. Just give Crackety the trophy now. Oh, true. And he'll do it in German as well as English, right? So bounce back and forth between casting in the two languages. What a Giga Chad. Alright, so let's see who we've got live. Oh, yeah. Other matches, by the way. Should we predict results? So, M-Lord Louis. M-Lord should win that. I think it might be 3-1. Possibly 3-2. Cat versus Dimu. Like, I have no doubt in my mind. I think Dimu should quite confidently 3-0 that. And then, like, Dimu versus Louis, I think it's going to be a similar result to the starting one. Beastie versus Kiljadi. Probably 3-1 or 3-0. Like, I think Kiljadi... I haven't seen anything recently that tells me he's solved his issues against Beastie. And Beastie historically seems to still just stomp him. Zone versus B. That one's going to be very interesting, actually. I think B surprised me with his 3-2 score against Kiljadi. That could actually be a 5-game series. And then, what? Puppetball versus Anno. That, I really believe that could be a 5-game series.
Sugar daddy.
Yo, what is up, Mr. MSNDK? How's it going, my friend? Thank you very much for the raid. Hope they had a good stream. If you guys aren't following MSN already, you should be. He is the kid wonder. No, the toddler wonder. No, the baby wonder. Because remember, we got the kid who's Voldemort. We've got the toddlers, which are Dragavan and Gully. And then MSN's even younger than them, which makes him the baby. But yeah, Puppetball versus Anatan. Anatan, like, with what I saw against Vortex, that was freaking surgical. And so out of the box thinking that this series might end up being the best series of the tournament. So yeah, I think like that could be a 5-game series. I still slightly favor Puppetball. Maybe Anatan could provide an upset. Vortex versus Recon. I actually think Recon, you got a good shot there against Vortex, though. Vortex looks a little bit out of shape from a meta perspective because we're talking about new maps, and you've actually been practicing more than I think Vortex has. So that could be a big edge for you. Luciferon versus Wham. 3-1 for Wham. Wham's just much more solid and well-rounded of player right now. Battle Team versus CSO. I legit think that playstyle-wise, that actually could be a 5 series or a 3-0 for Baltoon. I think I still favor Baltoon. He's looking a bit better. CSO, like, there's some big question marks in that Luciferon series. That Delhi versus Zhone game especially, I feel like he threw away a really, really easy win. Then we had, like, yeah, moving out, just easy execution, right? Kawasan, he just looked like he couldn't make any move correct. And Hillendale, he just looked lost, right? But that's partially due to Luciferon. But Baltoon has a really cool balance between being very aggressive and being very kind of chill into the mid game. That has me a bit worried for CSO. CSO's advantage, by the way, and it's why he has a positive win rate against Louis MT. CSO's very good at attacking very early and blocking you from reaching that late game. But like I've seen Baltoon has really stepped up as an early presence player, but you'd expect that. Like, for those who don't know, Baltoon actually has a history as an AoE 1 competitor, so he should be used to the idea of all-in aggro play, right? Because that's what AoE 1 was all about. And here you go, boom. So, I think this only shows his AoE 4 stuff, right? Is there a way to check his AoE 1 history? I don't think there is. Look at him go, though. Look at him go. All right, one sec. So let me toggle that off. We can get back to the action. So who do we watch now? Who's Lash playing? Don't have a clue who that is. Look, Twan? I guess he just never wanted to be reportable or friendable or anything with a name like that. Let's have a look. Who else is on? Glad to see Don's playing some games again, though. Definitely sorely missed. Do we do it? He's up against Tracker. Oh, I remember this guy. Yeah, Tracker was like a top 300 player or something, right? Was it top 300? We cast one of his games before. I think Lash completely like smashed him. Wait, was Tracker the one that Dragavand on the proxy base against? I'm trying to remember now. Okay, Tracker is ranked 167th right now. So that's an option. I might just trust in Don to tell me when he's got a game, when he's warmed up again. So we'll see if there's any other options first. Because those don't know, Don has been not very active at the moment. So he's been quite rusty. He's been having a bit of a hard time. Let's have a look. Who is Kiljadi up against? I've seen that name around. I think they might be a top 100. Let's have a look. 143rd. A Taiwanese player, usually ranked like 200-ish in terms of rank. Quickly scroll through. If not, I think we'll check that one out. It's kind of interesting, right? It's like China versus Byzantines. Wait, is Johan back on the grind? KJJ was Kazu Johan, right? Oh, no. Wait. Well, it says they're from Taiwan. Huh, I used to think this was Kazu Johan. I could have sworn. Wham's brother. Alright, let's go with the duck game. Quack, quack, mother duckers. Whew. All right, let's hop into it. Live from the ladder with the Duck, a.k.a. Kiljadi himself. I think most people would kind of concede probably the strongest player out of Scandinavia right now, although there's definitely a few people nibbling that heel. The other side, we've got... I hate you guys. Otjar Habin. That probably wasn't even remotely close. The guy in the red, playing as the Byzantines... Seems their account shows up as from Taiwan. Maybe they found a VPN, or maybe they actually are really from there and they're just trying to mask that. But they're about 140th in the world right now. Kiljadi, on the other hand, I don't think needs too much of an introduction to people. We're all familiar with him at this stage. He definitely gets a lot of camera time here on this channel. The player on the other side, though, they've been ranking like 200th each season, so I was kind of curious to see what they could do. Byzantines versus Chinese is definitely a matchup that would say would favor the Chinese. Typically, when we've been seeing it, it's quite often more claustrophobic maps like Coastal Cliffs, where it's kind of more obvious that China doesn't have options. On a map like Dry Arabia, options can be good, and in fairness, with a spawn like this, there are ways that China could play this, right? So if you're wondering why is Byzantines favored in this matchup, There's a few reasons. So the first is actually the longbow detail. Like early longbows really annoying up against the Chinese. You're able to just kind of pressure the economy, push them back, all the while taking up behind. And Varangian are really strong as a follow-up play. But not just Varangian. Typically, the way that China tries to defend against Varangian is to get Nesta Bees. Very difficult to defend with Spearmen into Berserking Varangian. But then even harder to defend with the fact that usually the easy follow-up play for a Byzantine player is to switch from longbow contract into Landsnecks, which wipe anything trying to defend siege or repair it. So I've seen quite a few games of China and Byzantines, and this is time and time again being their downfall, which has me wondering, what is Killjadi's solution? Do we, for example, see him lean into an earlier phase of the game? Do we maybe see him go pretty hard in the feudal age? Can he go hard in the feudal age? Because, you know, I don't know if you guys have noticed this, but I feel like China's feudal pressure play has been falling off the side of a cliff recently. There are some plays that involve horsemen, but most of the time it seems their goal is still to get to castle as quickly and cleanly as possible. Grand Winery opening. We have already got the Olive Grove drop down. Can we just agree? Like, guys, you're willing to agree with me. I mean, I've seen the comments. You guys like, yeah, shoot Byzantines. Get them nerfed. OP. Pew pew. So you'll all agree with this. We should most definitely 100,000% nerf Olive Groves. These are by far the best farms in the game. They give 20% more than any other farm in a different form. Actually, 32% when you put them next to a Grand Winery. This is a civ that gets a buff gathering rate anyway, so they're already better than standard farms. And on top of that, they cost 60 wood. And if that wasn't enough, when you build one of these, you get 8 stone back as a tax rebate, which equals out to almost a 15% additional discount. That's insane. I don't know how olive groves were allowed to get to this point, but I do know that it can't be allowed to exist much longer like it is. I hope the devs have a plan for it. You know, I wonder what you can do. Like the tough part is maybe it has to have a unique element where it doesn't give the stone for a start. I think you genuinely just make them 75 wood. 75 wood is a very good baseline start nerf to try and fix this particular eco advantage. Olive oil needs a nerf. I don't know if the olive oil per se itself needs the nerf. I think there's two things that stand out to me that need a nerf for the Byzantines. It's A, the cost of the farms, because farm transitions are too easy and too beneficial. And B, it's actually this. This is too good. Conscriptio is way too effective. I wonder if maybe there's a world in which the gathering rate should be a toggleable, but that probably just doesn't work because then no one ever uses Conscriptio or Dialecticus. But the biggest problem is like the Olive Grove transition is too simple, and then the follow-up flooded units are too fast because of Conscriptio. Conscriptio inflates your army way too fast. Like, have you guys not noticed how many games just end in a fast castle Varangian build? Why? Not because Varangian are technically like an S tier unit. They're really not. They're if you think about it, if you actually just draw out the strats, and sit down and think for a sec, Varangian are more like a mid-tier meta-arms. They're not a top tier. What makes them OP is they always have numbers because of Conscriptio. Look at this build from Red, though. We're actually getting the Horseman coming in. Pretty cool reaction considering, look at what came on the other side. We mentioned that you can't just rush castle. You also can't just double TC. So what did Killjadi do? He tried to find a way to play now. He's building into archers. Yeah, I'm a little bit shocked at this choice, actually, out of Killjadi. I'm not a big fan of it. The most popular play right now that's quite sustainable for China in the early game is actually to open Horseman. And it makes a lot of sense here, right? Your opponent should be going for a range contract anyway, so you already counter something. And if you just scouted, you know that actually you can mirror out the Horseman here and maintain their numbers. Instead, he's going to march out into what I'm sure is going to feel like a bit of a catastrophe here. Scout is also just, funnily enough, keeping an eye on this to make sure there's no follow-up unit. No Blacksmith being rushed either, so it's not like he's going to be able to stand his ground with Steel Arrow. Does anyone 2TC Biz? There has been a few 2TC builds, but for the most, it's just not necessary. The system is now worth it. It's a better investment for the stone initially than Town Center, and much less punishable. But there are a few 2TC builds. I feel like 2TC usually feels better on a delay than straight away Byzantines, because the first mercenary contract timing is just so good, and they can be so impactful. Speaking of the contract, we have got Western Mercs on the way. Build that ML does against Dimu. Was it by the one, any chance the one that Dimu came up with originally? The one where you go second TC upon tech up straight away? Because Dimu was actually the first player to discover a few months back this really sick build where off of the straggler trees alone, you could get into a second town center. It looked really cool. It didn't really play out as he would have liked in the end. Like, it just didn't become popular. Yeah. So I think Marine Lord actually yoinked that one from Dimu because Dimu was definitely the first player doing it publicly. It was a really cool idea, actually. I praised it at the time. It was before Byzantines got buffs, actually, so it was when they were really weak. But the problem is, like, that build, it's not worth it often to sacrifice the early mercs. So you only really want to do it if you feel like your opponent isn't going to be attackable with military straight away. Right? Maybe they're on a defensive map, or maybe they have the perfect counterplay to your opening mercs, in which case you just stay at home. His horseman showing up, and it looks like we have got horseman added in. So this is what I want to see from Killjardy. Honestly, like, the state of his game is looking a lot better than most Chinese players at this stage. He didn't even go Barbican, which is really important here. Is H3 very good? Yes. H3 is, like, one of the most generically applicable civs in the map pool right now. Dimu was Malians and Marine was Biz. I could see that working. Because, like, if you go horseman, the Malians can't come out of their base, right? And yeah, so in that matchup, you always want to be aiming towards 2TC. 2TC is very popular against Malians because they hate 2TC. Because what you do is you have to remember Malians have a premium army, and if you go on 2TC and you start scaling army, well, they have to build something to react to you. And anything they build is more expensive. So they just end up behind as the age treks on. Jardy, sizable army in position here, though. A lot of food is starting to be stockpiled up, so we might be looking at a trend towards castle. I think he's actually paranoid that is what Red is doing here. We can see that's not the case, though, right? Like, Red is not really holding much back. Hasn't got many olive groves set up either, and is quickly running out of sheep and berries here. That's actually important. So if the dart positions here on the tree line, he's going to block the deers. He can even start to wrap towards the deer berries. So very important, actually, that Red scales and pushes him back right now. Wait, you mean you guys don't just build the second TC in that build next to the enemy base and then build a cistern for Akratoy? I think you guys are playing that build wrong. Guys, why has no one ever just... God, you hate me for saying this. Why has no one just ever, like, done 2v2s with Abbasid Chinese and, like, the Abbasid player sends his villagers? Wait, no, screw that. Scrap that. Mongols and Chinese. Where the Mongol player just sends the spearman and the Chinese player just sends the villager to build an outpost. Why is no one doing that? You guys need to get on the 2v2 ladder. I don't know why I'm giving these ideas. I guess I'm just trying to bolster team gameplay in RTSs. I'm doing my part by apparently inviting outpost rushes into team games. More Lombos on the way. Limitani being added in. Ooh. Remember what we said about Red's food issues? That's only going to exacerbate the problem. 80 food per. Remember, usually it's 60 food. Now you'd think like Limitani kind of sounds broken when you say 80 food, 10 wood. Because you're like, wow, food's permanent. Not at this stage in the game. Limitani are actually very hard to justify, let alone scale in the early mid game, because you just don't have permanent food. How many vills do you need to kill a keep with boiling oil and all emplacements? 47. You just have to micro them. So when you now go and test that and you tell me it doesn't work, KP, I'm just going to point out you didn't micro well enough. It's kind of true, actually, because you can actually trigger the boiling oils at the very edge of range, so that only like one villager gets hit and the rest run in. Raid coming in, though. Big one as well. Not enough save points in the TC. What a sick dive. On the other side of this, Red, he's so busy panicking, he's not doing anything. What? Dude, he's just been completely unraveled in one move. Okay, this is absolutely huge. Sick raid in by Yellow. Does lose a few of the horsemen, but no move made whatsoever by Red. Looks like he was waiting for the Lombos. Unfortunately, that's going to cost him dearly. You can't wait for Lombos here, folks. Horsemen simply have to make their move. Now it feels too late. Rack's also getting added in, so Yellow already anticipating that he'd lose a Cav battle now. I think Red's in a bit of trouble. It's a 7 eco lead overall for Kiljadi. Some of that is, of course, going to be Taxmen. Can there at least be a bit of return fire here coming in towards the villagers? No Expilatores, so no quick kills. Should be able to get all three in the end there. Oh, Seek Shelter, dude, no. If he kept walking, he would have got at least one back to the village, but that Seek Shelter across the outpost cost him. And yes, they're making Archer over Chuganu because he couldn't afford to get Barbican here. If he did, he would have lost the game. Raid now in deeper. Red, oh my god. Kiljadi playing a game of chicken, and he's about to get roasted. I mean, you don't slow down here. Like, the one mistake Red can make is walking out. He should be walking in. Instead, he hesitates. Lombo's just going to idle up over here. He's trapped 8 villagers inside. After the first strike being made by Yellow, the decisive one may now be made by Red. Horsemen have to pull back. If you do get pinched, mistake made there on the micro. Lombos need to start targeting down this Horseman right now. Like, you've got the Steeled Arrow upgrade, you do decent damage here, but instead, that discombobulation might cost him dearly. Yellow starts to probe. Archers start to be exposed on the retreat. They get trapped in the middle of it. The Lombos, they can't get away from this, so it looks like the Dark is going to manage to convince Red to duck off. Ooh, this game is swinging, and I love it. Yeah, that was wild. I think Red, Yellow made a very ambitious punt into the enemy base before. Red, even though it was a bit slow, did actually read it in the end to punish. But the biggest mistake by Red there is, if you want to go for the village, go for it straight away, right? And actually, commit onto the Horsemen, bring the Lombos forward to attack the Horsemen. Don't do this lopsided effect where the Lombos attack the village and then your Horsemen engage with the enemy army. That's why he just lost that fight. Like, his numbers actually weren't bad, even though he's in the enemy base. But that critical blunder may have just cost him the game. He's starting to save up for Castle Age, but a big army is coming his way here. Archers plus Horsemen, a good answer to the Limitane waiting. Instead, looks like Red is going to try to draw attention back towards the base of Yellow. So raid on the north side. I mean, at this stage, if Yellow just peels off the Horsemen, sends them up, then sends the Archers into the enemy base with spears, he actually has a really solid double pump timing. Now, Red, in theory, should be able to get his tech up here. He has actually insulated himself quite well with the walls. Olive Grove count is really good, up to 20 right now. So if he can buy a little bit of time and gets a handful of Rangian out, Yellow could be in trouble. Horseman will better get back behind the walls though, so does Yellow sense it? It looks like Kiljadi has stopped all production, so we should be seeing a castle race between the two. Remember what we said about what happens when you get there though, right? One side tends to just go straight into Varangian, the other one is stuck with comps that don't work, right? You don't want to be building Spearmen up against potential Landsnecht, not to mention Lombos. You don't want to be building Palace Guard against Varangian and Landsnecht. Because those front lines die so fast, you can't really build Nestabes in a rush either. Looks like for the time being it's going to be Barbican. So we'll unlock the song, but I mean, this is a very late Barbican. This should just be for the Song Dynasty effect. I would be really shocked now if Yellow went into a second TC. It's way too deep in the game. Like, you can actually go second TC after Castle. It's so underrated doing that with China. Because China can rush relics, remember. They can supervise the temples to pump monks out every 10 seconds. How did you get in here? Oh, this is kind of awkward. What? Someone forgot to complete the wall. He's fixing that now, at least. Does Red actually pinch the injured one is what I'm wondering. Is he actually switched on about this? He's going to try to get out. Unfortunately, bad news there, my friend. The wall is now up. You are stuck in the dock pond. He could actually snipe 2 villagers here if he's quick about this. It looks like he's not going to be able to, though. Still, decent amount of time achieved for 2 Limitane. He did also get a worker kill, right? So that's actually a decent exchange for Red. And it's also kept Yellow at home while Red's starting to pump the numbers. Varangian now on the way. Clock Tower now only being built. We have got a second Monk already being queued up, so relics are being targeted. Yet the big problem for Yellow now is he needs the Horseman here to defend, because archers alone will get ran down by the Horseman, right? But the problem of that is you're not stopping relics from being hoovered up. Like, actually, Red has a really solid few minutes ahead of him now. Spearman also arrived. They are vetted. Flash comes in. Kiljardi, this is not a fight you can take. Horseman maybe, because they're still in feudal age, but the Limitane will just run you through in time. Longbow count is at least low. It's going to be a back up and choke point. Nestabee's immediately queued up here, so Kiljardi needs every tool in his arsenal to try and hold on. Red will have to reset, but with Varangian now starting to shuffle outwards, it's going to prove to be a problem for Kiljardi if he wants to fight out onto the map. Matane is still getting a good trade. So many horsemen dying down here. It's removing all mobility, right? In the meantime, horsemen are going to peel off. Looks like they go hunting north side. Varangian are starting to show up. So this is where the archers just do nothing. I mean, it is a true nothing ball, right? It's 6 ranged armor, and you do 6 damage. Bad fight from Daft to take, and no supervision coming in on the veterancy means that Kiljardi, by the time the army gets upgraded, not going to be much of it left here. In fact, he's going to have to camp on the Nest of Bees because that is a miss rally. Oh, no. Kiljardi. Kiljardi? Oh, no. Alright, Houston, we got a problem because now the switch-up's coming to Pass Guard. So this is where you can just play Lombos or you can start layering in Lansk. Lansk will mop this all up. Lombos works as well because remember, the thing about Pass Guard is they do move faster, but they also have less armor. So Lombos especially tend to hurt quite a bit. Nice raid on the north side. Imperial Official isn't going to be taken out though. Should be able to get inside. Cannon raid is at least going to be a little bit annoying. We've actually got Cataphracts coming through. Cataphracts is really cool here. Quite an underrated unit actually. Your opponent's not building spears because he doesn't want to build spears against Lombos, right? But then also he can't body block you. Cataphracts are still an illy misunderstood unit. They're a support unit, not a cav unit. Well, okay, they're a cav unit, but they're not a knight, is the way I would like to put it to you guys. They are meant to provide support elements. So later in the game, it's a damage debuff, right? But at this stage in the game, they are kind of like a melee Springald. The reason is that with Trample, they just shoot themselves towards the siege. No, they're not even thick around men-at-arms, right? Because like, if you're against spearmen, you don't feel thick at all. You just feel thick for building them. The whole idea, though, is like, this army, right? If there's a nest of bees behind this, I can't reach that nest of bees. If I try to go around with men-at-arms or go around with knights, he'll back up and stand on it. If you have Cataphracts, you press Q, and then you just click where the siege is. The only way he's getting away from that is if he moves the siege, but it's very difficult to move the siege quick enough because of how quickly the cat is hit, and because often you've already body blocked in the siege to begin with. People really underestimate the power of mobility, especially repositional tools, right? It's why, in theory, like something like Shinobi could have very easily been completely broken because Shunshin breaks a lot of the standard logics of pathing and preventative play, right? Like walling, for example. Cliffs, tree lines, like all these things mean nothing to a Shunshin Shinobi. Common moment here. Red actually stockpiling a lot of food right now. Is he considering him? I don't see the value in it right now. This is your strong point. If you delay this too much, you know, there's options that open up. Like, for all you know, Kiljardi could be going like a second TC, for example. Instead, it's going to be dive north side. A lot of Rang in here. I have seen many a game lost over this, folks. Targeting that Barbican is quite unessential. I feel like the weirdest part to me is you're targeting the area the food's already been removed. What about the area where the food actually is? There is at least a few Varangian raiding in there, so nice little strike on the backside. Looks like he was actually catching Killjardy in the middle of Stone Gathering, so he might have been at the point where Killjardy was looking at that second TC. Meanwhile, Barbican does go down. This is looking vicious. Reminder, this guy is an unknown from Taiwan. They're ranked like, I think, 147th we said this season, and usually they're ranked around 200, 300 in the world. Killjardy, meanwhile, makes main events for EGC tournaments. Elo's just a number when you pick the Byzantines. Someone who's proud of reaching Conk by playing Byzantines this series just got really upset by that comment. You know what? Good. You know who else was upset? All the people that had to play your Byzantines. This is where you're going to get the person in the comments like, but, whoa, it's not because they're OP. I'm 0.002% ethically Greek. Oh, okay. No, you get a pass then. That's fine. Army ready to march in though. Lombo, Varangian, and more Lance coming. And yeah, this is the dreaded detail. He's layering in spears. Just a handful of Lance will make this a quick kill. The Lombos as well. It's the worst possible unit you could be building here. I guess he saw that one Cataphract and was worried that his siege line was going to die. Now he should be worried his front line is going to die. He needs to get up to about 5 Nesta Bees stat. Teardrop Shields also just came in. Remember that as a damage booster for the Varangian. They attack much quicker now. Limitane, the few that there are, they're going to have the extra movement speed. In fact, it looks like he's adding extra ones. Makes a lot of sense. He's sitting on way too much food. It's kind of crazy the way that Red is dominating this matchup, but it shows you just how Byzantine favored it is. Right? And the reason I'm saying it's crazy is like he's floating 4,000 resources and still winning so convincingly. Guy needs to build more units, man. Like at this stage, with this type of economy, you should be at 200 pop. This game should kind of already be over. Killjardy instead hanging in there, but by a thread. Stone has been gathered up to the point where we're definitely looking at a keep now. Just 150 stone shy. I don't like the level of hesitation out of Red. Like, he could have actually ended this game by now. Is he going for the backstab? Line formation set up. Lombos are striking in. Varangian group's coming back around. Landsnake are starting to be a bit exposed, but just a few cleaves is all you need here. Nesta B is looking for a good flurry, but hitting the Varangian may not be the way to guarantee it. North side wave is being held back. Nesta Bs are now being reached though, and the Lombo split is good enough. This game is over. Killjardy did not stand a chance. That was absolutely brutal, but deceptive, right? Palace Guard not as tanky as Standard Men at Arms. The Spearmen kind of inflate the numbers in a disingenuous way. And Archimass at the backside is never going to win out against Varangian like this. It just felt like this was always driving itself towards one conclusive outcome. And now that outcome is undeniable. 75 military to 18. The Byzantines still in a position where they could basically go Imperial Age at any stage in the game. Instead, Red is going to full-on send it. What could Killjardy have done different here? I think his Spearman transition was too late. When he made that move, the Horseman to the back of the enemy base, he should have already been dropping Raxus in anticipation that he'd get dove. I see this so often. I love that players are trying to be more aggressive, but if you're going to be aggressive like this, you're leaving yourself exposed and defenseless somewhere else. And, well, speaking of defenseless, this defense definitely not going to be complete in time. 2 villagers left. Can they even get it? One final tap is not going to come through, and that has to surely be a tap out. Killjardy, he pulls more to go for the build. But even if this castle goes up, the cost is too damn high in this game. 30 villagers behind the Byzantines. God damn. And what? Cryo Siphon Pump into a GG, I imagine. Killjardy isn't the type of player that often just waves the white flag straight away. I think we're very clearly seeing that here, but it does feel like it's inevitably coming at this stage. Hey, sup Zuby0T. Thank you for the sub, buddy. Welcome back to Swarm. Good to have you. This is definitely a matchup that has been perplexing a lot of players, though. I haven't seen a single good solution to Byzantines from Chinese yet. It's why when I was talking about like power rankings, I actually put Chinese ahead of Byzantines, and some people were like, what? It's like, I mean, well, you know, like, yes, Byzantines beat them, but outside that matchup, like, China has more flexi because they can play water maps as well. Like, Byzantines is just behind them because they beat Chinese. But, like, the reality is, you know, China is a good all-rounder civ, Byzantines is a land-specific civ. But if you draft and you give China over to get Byzantines, you know, as long as there's not too many water maps, you should have a smile on your face because you are favored. Flamethrower boys now in, Castle, down to half HP already. Nestaby's down, I mean, this is over. Cool game. We might have to check out more of, what was the name? I'm not even going to try to pronounce it anymore. Red is looking pretty slick right now. I mean, Byzantines, you know, it's definitely not the hardest matchup for them to execute, but can't take anything away from him. Cool to see the unexpected pie winning. Okay, somebody's going to like, yo, but Byzantines would expect a pie. Yeah, but like, it's Killjardy, dude. Got to put credence on that name, right? I guess we call that China's hardest matchup. Is there any age where China beats Byzantines? Wait, what did Byzantines queue? I didn't see it in the end. I'm wondering if we get ready to wind down the stream. Because I wasn't thinking today was going to be a long one. Because, like, honestly, I didn't even have much time to catch up on a bunch of things that I was neglecting this weekend. I definitely have to go eat now. Or soon, rather. Of course, Louis comes on now. No, you know, I think I'll... Do I call it? Oh, Fork Landsnet? Yeah. Yeah, you do at that point, because it's massacring villages and massacring, like, trash tier units, right? Alright, we'll do one more. Am I weird for favoring Abbasis in this matchup now? I don't know, man. Like, Roos is still the #1 when it comes to competitive play, but Abbasis just has a lot of matchups now where they are shock and awing everyone. And so is this exact name. Louis MT going up against the Duck, the Finn, Killjardy himself. Let's see if it's going to be a Duck that floats up boat, or if it's going to be something a little bit more Eastern here. Cool matchup as well. Abbasis versus Roos, definitely one that used to be quite fun to watch. Kind of fell off the side of a cliff when Roos got banned all the time and Abbasis just fell out of the meta entirely. But ever since these slight tweaks to the Abbasis, most notably around the fresh food stuffs, their builds have looked so clean, and this Civ has seen an entire new breath of life. And I'm wondering if maybe the lack of, I'd say, regular evolution of the Roos could be their downfall. Because I feel like actually the Abbasis have some pretty solid builds here. You're probably not going to do Trade Wing against a Cav-based Civ, right? Not to mention, like, if you think about it, if you're going to trade, not only Knight's bad to face off against, but so are Archers. And Roos do those two things so well. We're probably looking at, what, either Military Wing or Eco Wing. On a map like this, I imagine we're going to be leaning Military Wing, which should already have implications around what Killjardy can do with his Kremlin and how far he can stretch himself. I'm wondering, is this the type of game that ends up going deep, though? Because, like, Gorge has two types of games, typically. You have the ones with no walls and the ones with all the walls. And you can kind of tell which ones are long, which ones are short, right? Louis is definitely a player that likes the late game. Kiljadi on the Roost will definitely feel like he has a good time in the late game here. I do wonder, actually, if you want to play too deep, because in theory, if you get into late castle, right, composite bow archers can kind of just annihilate even early imp Roost, because Streltsy struggle with the numbers. But we're thinking a bit deep. Like, opening-wise, I think this is probably going to be 2TC versus 2TC. You could potentially go Eco Wing to force the edge, but like I said, it's the fact that you don't get to at least control or constrict the Kremlin play at all. Then again, usually the issue is you can't. Like, the absurdity of this Civ, and you're kind of seeing it already, right? Like, you saw how close he was to having everything he needs to tech up. Wheelbarrow gets queued. He still has, what, additional deer to kill? I think it's just wolves now. Yeah, this is the dirtiness, guys. Look at his gold. Look at his food. And look at the fact he already has wheelbarrow. And that's why this military wing's a bit iffy. I think Louis is going to have to use military wing to push in. Oh, wait, the deer are dead. So maybe I'm going to say something controversial here. But I actually think the way for a Bastards here is Eco Wing, not Millie. Because you shouldn't be able to stop this deck up now. Very defensive one, by the way. Now that is intriguing. Is that in reaction to the military wing? No, he hasn't even scouted it yet. So is he just anticipating Millie Wing? Because that's a very odd placement for a Kremlin. Because you can't guarantee the stone, right? Like, military wing units can go around the back here and block the stone. I guess he wanted the gold covered, though, so that does tell you he's looking to add in feudal army. Now, upsides for Louis there is he's going to have, you know, decent economy once Golden Age activates. He's going to have boot camp eventually to escalate his infantry forces. Like, downsides is obviously you're up against the Feudal Age Knights. You're going to be up against a cleaner 2TC timing out of the Roost as well. And there's always that looming threat of them going castle that kind of keeps you honest to the feudal aggression. For whip bonus, yeah, but my point is, like, you could drop it down here, right? Like, a Kremlin here actually feels a lot better because then you secure the deer and the stone. The only reason you do this is because you want knights. So he possibly suspects, like, 3TC eventually, even on military wing, which is reasonable. We've actually seen in a lot of games, even when you go military wing, players will often go 3TC. Sometimes, most often they'll go 2TC still. And it's because military wing gives you a level of dictatorship where you restrict your opponent's TC placements and you also guarantee your own. Attack up complete. Fresh food stuff's on the way. Stone already being gathered by Louis MC, so we have got the shift across to gather up. 6 over there. Meanwhile, Kiljadi already making a decent pace towards it. He did actually jump onto the wood a little bit earlier than is... What's the word I'm for? I'm not going to say necessary here, but actually optimal. You want to be going stone first, because if you wait to do the wood afterwards, then you get 20% more wood, right? The issue, though, is if I'm not mistaken, he was looking for a TC drop over here. So he kind of got screwed by the spawn. Like, in some ways, you would have preferred the stone started here and the deer were here. Because then you could do all the stone, move to the wood, and then move to the deer. So you have to rethink that plan, though. All because of that Kremlin placement. So quick off the mark from Louis as well. So this is going to be a very condensed 2TC. That does not feel great. Building on the berries feels atrocious here. This also isn't completely safe. Louis is just still trying to harass him up. In fact, has he found the golden spot? He has. Yeah, if you just stand ground here, you hit the villagers. Oh, no. No. Kiljadi. Could he have gotten it? No, he couldn't have got it any deeper. Some people have been calling for Kremlin's tower range to be nerfed. I don't know about that anymore. Yeah, I'm glad he's just pulling the villagers. The more you do this slow approach, the worse it gets. So full pull out. At this point, just send the spearmen in. Right? Just shove them further back, because if you lose the spearmen, it's worth it to idle this up. This is atrocious. Wait, Louis? Okay, that was close. A little bit of a mistake there. Will be a reset. He actually should have just stood here and hold ground. I'm a little bit surprised by that. Dude, I feel like Kiljadi, a third of his economy, are half HP right now. Oh my god. That is not how Rus games are meant to start, folks. In fact, this might be one of the very rare situations where with a Kremlin build, you see half of the Rus villagers with their HP bars like that. And he did build the TCs. It's just it took so much torch damage from the Spearman and the Scout, it doesn't look like he built it. It's in rubble. Meanwhile, other side, check this. Louis MT, not very far behind, right? Like, he was already building his TC behind this. Fresh foodstuffs also means he can now invest more into army. Instead, he's investing it into greed. We've got a free TC Abbasid build on the way. And due to the delays on that second TC for Kiljadi, he is in no position to immediately contest it. I mean, defensive landmarks in general are a meme, is what I'll say in reaction to that Ufasa. Like, I actually don't even know what they're called defensive landmarks. You would have thought after we had people Barbican rushing enemy bases, I don't know why I went Barbican rushing, I'm having nightmares about them, we would have just stopped calling them defensive landmarks. Quite often, defensive landmarks in this game are not balanced. There are not many defensive landmarks that feel reasonable. Definitely not in the first 2 ages. Barbican still has some good viability. You just don't see it as much because Imperial Academy is broken. Kremlin is broken. White Tower is broken. Imp landmarks are kind of more reasonable. You know, Berkshire isn't as insane. Wingard's much better now. Fort of the Huntress is okay. The Spasskaya sucks. But like Feudal and Castle defensive landmarks tend to be kind of overtuned. Maybe the exception to that is the... Ooh, yeah, you know what the exception is? The trade post. The Malian one is kind of underwhelming. But anything that even remotely resembles a castle as a defensive landmark is too good. Yeah, Red Pass is good, you're right. Like, Red Pass... Apologies. Red Pass and Elsbach, but Elsbach usually just isn't viable the way you build as HRE. But a lot of the other ones are kind of underwhelming, right? Like, Seagate Castle really isn't that crazy. Spasskaya is absolutely atrocious. What else are we missing? Like I said, Fort the Huntress is okay. I don't think it's broken. I don't think it's anywhere near broken. It's decent. A decent free TC build now for Louis. It's crazy the difference that these openings afford. Louis MT now just bolstering into archer count. Makes a lot of sense, right? Like, food is limited from his position. He needs to be very careful about this. He has, however, got 17 sheep. Dude, I thought he was about to starve out. He's fine. He's Gucci, Dolce, and Gabbana in this game. Whew. Yeah, both plays were actually very optimal. So the military wing units got used to take down the sheep, but another interesting detail you may have noticed over here, the Kremlin was being used to shoot down the sheep. Players have gotten really good at min-maxing this, because the idle time is actually quite substantial when you club with villagers. Because of the long animation, right? Like, it takes, was it almost 3 seconds to kill a sheep with a villager? That's a lot of missed out resources when you do that, like, 10 times. High trade house now on the way, though. Louis, he went free TC, so his tech up time is going to be notably later. This is interesting, though. So Kiljadi kind of feigning the aggression, right? He opens archers, sees he's not going to get in, makes a pivot, and now, in this state, like, Louis hasn't done anything to block relics. So Kiljadi has a very comfortable next 3 minutes of gameplay that should put him ahead economically. Yeah, I don't mind the idea of like a Kremlin-type building existing where if its DPS is so good, its health isn't. Like, it's almost like, imagine if this was a 3.5k landmark. There's the trade-off. Does a lot of I love how it still does that. Yeah, if you didn't know, guys, if you have a damaged building you tech up, because the infrastructure changes, it changes to its new form, and then it takes its damaged form. So it just kind of breaks again. But yeah, like, you know, if you're going to have a very strong landmark, maybe it should just be a bit more squishy. Attack, defense, balance, right? Like, Red Palace is a perfect example of that. Red Palace would be probably more reasonable if it was like 4k HP. We won't talk about Earlsback's HP. That's just, yeah, no. Warrior Monk's now being queued up, though. Have we got a double Monastery Pump? No, just a single, and it looks like... Is it more archers? It is indeed. Ooh, that's a dangerous game from Killjardy, though. Massing archers against Abbasis, knowing they've got military wing, and knowing they're going to try to go castle. You should not be quick enough to top that tech up, and that means composite bows is a real and present threat. No, you don't go horse archers here. Horse archers is the quickest way to just die. Bastards actually like have decent food eco because they save so much while producing villages. They can go horsemen. They're going to be building archers as well. Like, there's no logical realm in which you go horse archers here. But like, archers is bold in itself. I guess the issue for Killjardy is he's now having to engage in like one of the Abbas's strongest points in the game. And this is the point where Roost usually feels the weakest, right? Like, if you think of the ages, you obviously discount Dark because Dark's not a real age. But Feudal Age, Imp Age, both feel really good for Roost. Castle feels a little bit shaky. They usually look good in Castle because of what they've done in Feudal and how quickly they get into Imperial. Knight numbers are scaling up. The tough part about doing knights here is like your opponent can count you from an age behind. Like, that kind of enables the archers more though, right, as a counter spears. But there's even a kind of risk here that Louis just inflates archer count to the point where he can shoot everything coming in, right? And mass archers is really good when you're turtling like this. Knights not so much. Like, they're at least more space efficient than men at arms, but they're still limited in their DPS when they go into choke points. That's a fair point from Dragovan. I actually remember the last time I talked about Abbey of Trinity in a game where it's like, wow, this buff is really keeping me alive. And I don't know, someone must have found their way here from someone else's chat because they made war with me. Like, oh, the buff is not good. It's definitely not underrated. No, it is underrated. The buff is kind of insane. The +1/+1 into a +2 damage is nuts when you scale archers for sure. And the extra tile range. Like, there's the unique techs you get only in Abbey of Trinity are quite often slept on. Dive in, though, after the tech up. Louis needs to keep running. There's a lot of villagers on the run as well. Has at least got the wheelbarrow. Archers are going to tuck down the very few spearmen here to defend. Crossbows have now been queued up. In the meantime, archers just standing their ground. Composite bows and veterancy is on the way. But the knights, they need to be going after economy, not going after archers here. It's going to be treated out against the other ranged units. Rax is being prepped behind this. First crossbows about to come out. So decent damage done by Killjardy and more still coming. Villagers in trouble here. Shivs are going to come out, but against knights with 4 armor and 230 HP, it's not a good deal. Textile's at least going to make it harder to kill off Louis, but damage has reset him entirely after building an eco lead, now losing 14 villagers. And behind this, the 5th relic now on the way home for the Duck. And remember how bad his start was. Like, that's the most important thing I want you all to consider. The start of this game was horrible for Killjardy. His TC diming heavily delayed. His villagers idled out time and time again. Yet even with all that in mind, Roos still slap. Louis survives the storm, but will he survive the oncoming flood? Because Killjardy is getting ready to double barrel again. More knights, more archers on the way, and more economy behind it than he ever had before. The Duck is Killjardy. It's his Smurf account. So it's not Louis losing to, oh my god, this unknown guy we never heard of before. We know this guy. So Gilm's starting to get queued up. This is a little bit of a problem, but Killjardy's already anticipating it. And yep, you did just see that. The duration tech just came in, so he's getting the unique techs. So smart. Like, mass archers. Like, I mean, Dragovan already highlighted it. It's so good in this comp. Especially against Golems, actually. Like, that's another thing. Like, this might be one of the best matchups because it allows you to kind of contest composite bows. And then Golems really struggle against the +1 armor. We have got Boy's Fortune in the way. Siege Engineering coming through. This is a popular play. If you think Killjoy is leaving him alive, you're wrong. He's just anticipating the next move, which is Rams. Killjoy loves his Rams, even in Castle Age. Like, out of all the players to build Rams in Castle, he's probably in the top 2. I see it all the time. You know, one thing I haven't tested actually, can you get the Saint's Blessing on Rams? Because +1 melee armor, I mean, it doesn't sound like a lot, but it actually does help. And that, don't forget that +1 damage on the Ram as well, guys. Whew. 3 Sacred Sites now locked in. That's a bad unit. No, I think they're fine here. Like, Louis actually hasn't dealt with that issue. And the whole logic is with Rams now. Remember, Rams break walls really fast due to double damage. So if you open up a few little gaps here, the Knights just flood in. Sacred Site's now locked in, by the way, which means Louis has to come out soon. I can disagree on the Mango front. You can't really play Mangoes up against Abbasids because they can build them much quicker. Right? Even without Siege Workshops as well. Mango shot coming in, though. Archers begin to dive through. Saint's Blessing needs to be triggered here. Activation does come in. However, the Archers are not quite in range. They're moving in now. Dive to the backside. Mango is going to be exposed. Villagers pull for the repair, though. Looks like Killjoy is going to stand his ground with the staggered formation. Moves in it even deeper. Mango not really sure what to target anymore. And Louis, I would not call this holding. This is hard, man. Archer mass at the tail end may get mopped up by the Mango, but price definitely looking to be high here. Yeah, don't like that for the Rams, though. Going off the House of Wisdom is the hardest target here. Looks like the Mango will just about stabilize him, but the idle time, the villager losses behind this as well. Definitely a miss macro coming in from Kildadi, but he just needs to reallocate now. Like, a third TC would do wonders here. Instead, it's going to be the keep drop to lock in the win condition. And this is why I didn't want to call it a hold. Like, Louis is still alive, right? The enemy army has not leaked in, although admittedly the Knights should be going pie now. But the big problem is, at a critical point where Louis needs to be pushing out, he can't. Castles are now going to lock this in. In fact, I wouldn't be surprised if Killjoy goes for a double keep drop on the north and center side. Where the Knights disappear, it doesn't matter. They serve their role of denting the base, right? Like, actually, thank you for pointing out how absurd the ruse is. And wait, what? You're right. How did he... Oh, no. Okay, I take back what I said. This was not a good plan. It looked like a good plan as long as he holds the Sacred Sites behind this. But I think an Archer and a Scout snuck in for a decap. What? Okay, so immediate mass farm transition now is the only course of action. Killjoy, how many deep is he? He's got 25, 26. He's going for Siege Workshops, so... This is the thing that was missing before. The reason why I said you can't do Siege against the Abbasids is because you'd have to build them at home and wheel them out. This is much better. This is where you can contest. Because the problem against the Abbasids is they have infantry, they build Siege, right? But now you have a way of at least contesting them in their own base. Damn, dude. I don't know if I want to call this a misplay by Killjoy or just an outplay by Louis. The way he's doing this in the flanks to stop the Sacred Site lock-in is huge here. I really was convinced that if Killjoy had locked in these walls with a keep drop, then that timer just ticked down like a bomb that Louis can't disarm, right? But the game is up in the air now with this move. Louis MT, you crafty son of a gun. So Killjoy has to go for the kill now. I do think another mistake when Killjoy dove the base like that, by the way, like all these houses, just go for them. The Ram hitting this made no sense. Hit the houses. You might get a pop lock. Knights have roamed in. And this is the value I was talking about with Knights. You just go on the flanks like this. On a map like Gorge, this is huge. Your opponent only has palisade walls and all his resources on the left and right side. This is why Knights will feel better than Men-at-Arms with a Civ like Rus. Because there's so many exposure points. Damage being done here. A few villagers being taken down. So Louis MT prevented from escalating an eco lead. And villagers now on the deer might end up being in trouble. It looks like Kiljadi should end up checking there, actually. Instead, he tries to burn through. Front side also being torched, though. Wait, Louis trying to ram his way out of this predicament. An ambitious place to build them, to say the least. This is a problem, though. Louis didn't anticipate this. In fact, big mistake. He should have cancelled those 3 rams and built a Springald. He has no anti-siege. One Mango is just the beginning of his woes. Castle drop attempt on the way, but there's already 2 trebuchets in. Kiljadi, ooh, little bit of an overextension here. Mango gets splintered. Willem's starting to surge forward. More Mangos are coming through, though. Trebuchets are now unpacking, so Castle being sieged. Still no recap on that right side, though. It feels like it's kind of pointless now, considering all the walls in the way. Kiljadi, he's almost ready for him as well. Mango's definitely finding their pressure point. Villagers idled up as well. So it looks like Kiljadi once again does get swatted away, but the high armory on the front side. Dude, this Civ is something else sometimes. This is going to be big, though, right? The ability to flood Bombard straight away with a 20% discount. You know, the Mango spam as well. This is a very big problem, especially the timing. Look at what's happening from Louis. He's now prepping anti-siege when they're about to be worthless. And this is exactly what Louis didn't want. Early Castle, you can afford to be into siege, but when you get into Im, it's just a losing battle, right? Like, yes, you have Culverins, but against Banded Armors Shutter Triggers, you'll always lose. Louis did just scout this, so Spearman and the crossbow do see this. Castle, is that going to put them in range? Okay, yeah, there needs to be a reaction. Kiljadi. Honey. Boo, please. Kiljadi. There's no way. Look. If he doesn't react to this... Okay, there we go. You could have killed the crossbow. Or you could just kill his hopes. So 40 villagers now to get the high armory up. Tech out complete. Louis has started to stockpile resources, needs to sort the gold. Has got the corner gold, so we'll get there eventually, but what's the price going to be? It's pretty much at pop now. Kiljadi has some work to do. Immediately starts queuing up those Streltsy. Shot triggers already queued though. No Banded Arms, you don't really need it, right? Until your opponent does his tech up, you don't need to go Banded Arms. The logic is, if you check, Banded Arms only takes 45 seconds. Shot triggers takes longer. So the logic here is that the moment you see the tech up, then you get Banded Arms. There's no reason beforehand. Castle is not looking great here. In fact, I think this is where he's going to end up losing it. Remember, when it's on fire, it's less effective heal, right? It's, you're losing health instead of gaining it, really. So Castle down. Tech up just got queued. Now, this is interesting, actually, because if Kiljadi was to queue a Bombard, I think he could potentially kill this landmark before you get your age up. It's definitely going to pile some pressure. Require some repair. Damage starting to come in. Eco Wing still a minute and 20 seconds away. Horseman just got the veteran C, more being queued up, so we have got a full Horseman switch coming out from Kiljadi. Louis does not have many spears right now, and he's trying to queue up Horseman. Is he going to lose this before he gets the tech up? This could be happening. Landmark. Almost at half HP. Tech time only halfway complete. Streltsy Archers starting to dive in, and they don't give a damn. Villagers get sniped out. This is going to force the whole commitment here, because if this landmark goes down, no tech up, no bueno. Horsemen go in. Mango's now getting the premium targets, though the archers have dove in. Shots come out. Big hit. Landmark not looking great. 24 seconds away. Krebs on the edge here. Streltsy still not fully repelled. It looks like it's going to start forcing him back. Springles are starting to snipe down those villagers. It's crazy. Louis, if those villagers had been sniped straight away by the Springles, this would have been a failed tech up instead. Just 1,000 HP difference to get him into Imperial Age. And we salute you, House of Wisdom. You have served your purpose. Go into that Dark Knight. Louis now looking to punish this. More horsemen coming out, Spearman to follow. Kiljardi so close yet so far. Had he had a bombard a little bit quicker here, he could have stopped it all. However, there's still an opportunity. One landmark is down, one remains. And that means Louis can afford no mistakes for the next 2 minutes. Repair is underway, but folks, it is going to be slow. Kiljardi, has he exhausted himself here? The fatigue kind of sets in there, right? Like, he's trying to scale into his Streltsy. I'm also kind of wondering, does he even have... Yeah, okay, he does have Military Academy. He's a good lad for that. Crazy, though. I mean, if he'd just been maybe a bit more cost-efficient, I don't know the Streltsy were needed. Instead, what could have maybe been more effective is if he'd actually just gone for an extra bombard. But we don't do on the ifs and buts. We do on the nows. Louis right now is still in this game. Once he does actually complete the repair, this is going to be a big deal, folks. It's expensive, but it's worth it for what waits at the other end. Fertile Crescent, agriculture, improved processing. Now, Fertile Crescent isn't going to really matter too much. He's already 42 farms deep, but the other two techs are going to mean the world for his late game economy here. And there's that Band of Arms we talked about now coming through. So that's at least going to be an advantage in Siege, favoring Kiljardi. Typically, the way this goes is that you get your advantage in Siege, and then you get Streltsy. And then there's nothing that can counter the Streltsy. A key drop coming in from Louis, though. Obviously not going to stand the test of time here. Double bombard takes it out. Cool idea by Louis, though. He did deny a little bit of gold, idled out a bit from Kiljardi, but obviously, not long enough. Had he done this for another 2 minutes, then actually Kiljardi would have had problems here due to a lack of gold. And love this. Fine-tuned guns on the way. Really effective, remember. Like, 20% increase in bombards is good on its own, but then you get the ridiculous 50% increase against infantry. Turns this into a game of 10-pin Abassets. So remember, you go up to 120 damage, and then you get 50% more of that. So you hit for 180 damage on infantry units. That's enough to one-hit a hand cannoneer. Now, Louis, to stay in this game long-term, has a goal in mind that he needs to achieve, and that's opening trade. He should be targeting that north side. Kiljardi should be fully aware of this. So really what Kiljardi needs to do, he needs to consider just getting his hands on a cozy little wooden fortress so he knows when the trade post happens. Very important he does this. And oh man, very important he scouts this. Louis MT, he's setting up a sneak. House of Wisdom is repaired. So Golden Age has been reactivated. Big eco booster coming in at 20%. The opportunity to get an extra 15% of those farms. And let's not forget that production speed that's going to be critical for throwing all this trash at the roofs. Gold as it stands. Still 5k in reserve on the north side, though. So Louis not going to drive up too fast there. He might if he starts doing this, though. Hand cannoneer switch now coming in. Chemistry queued. Streltsy mass is where it needs to be for Chem to be justified. The problem right now is, like, this is what I was talking about. The Streltsy siege comp, it's very difficult for a civ like Abassas to deal with because you rely on trash. I feel like your best hope is spear archers, The problem here is Louis doesn't have the amount of production to do that, right? Like his production count is at 9 Raxes and 6 archery ranges. You need double of both. The logic there is that you just kind of overwhelm with numbers, because if you try to play hand cannoneers, Streltsy beat you, Mangoes can even crush you. You can't deal with the Streltsy using Mangoes because your opponent has Siege. And if you're talking about Horseman on Horseman, I mean, once again, another favor for Roos, right? Because of Boy's Fortitude. Louis unable to push back against this, so the siege begins once more. Double bombard in. Extra damage adding up. Now remember that 20% increased damage does affect bonus damage, so you're seeing that correctly. 612 damage per shot. This House of Wisdom's not going to last long. This is the worst feeling, when you repair it and it goes down and you know you're going to have to repair it again. At that point, you just kind of get to a stage of saying, okay, just go next game. Raid coming in. Unfortunately, it's just Spears. I mean, the out of time is nice, but I just don't think this came in quick enough. Kiljardi's already up to 40 Streltsy with 10 more in queue. He doesn't care about gold. He can end the game. Weldy coming in, but for what? You've only got 8 horsemen here. House of Wisdom about to fall. Culverin not quick enough to protect this. And now it's just one landmark between the duck and victory. He's ready to duck that up too. What a game. What a cool game. I mean, it's a shame. If Louis kept this game going for another 5 minutes, I actually think he was in a good position here due to the proxy base. But Kiljardi, always a player to look for the kill in the name. He always looks to kill in the game. He's done it. No wood to repair. Louis empty. He knows it's over. The Dark will show you why the Roos are so strong. And remember how ugly this start was. Despite it all, he still pulls through. Cool game. Well played, both players. Alrighty. So, I think my food is going to be ready now. And I would like come back and do some more, but I've got a bunch of crap I need to catch up on. Like, last 3 days, I've barely got any behind-the-scenes work done because I've been that ill. So, what we'll do now, we'll find someone to raid, and then I'll be back tomorrow around the same time. So definitely check in. Do we have an AoE4 announcement today? There shouldn't be any. I think the only one I saw is that there's a whole thing on Rising Empires doing an American land now, all of a sudden. It's interesting because we haven't even had the Scandinavian land yet. But that's cool. Outside that, there's not really much that's been announced anywhere. So, I think what we'll do... Ooh. Wait, is Lash's subathon still going? His ethical subathon, right? The one where he doesn't just kill himself. So I'm going to raid through the wonderful Lash. You guys know Lash. Love Lash. He's doing a spin the wheel right now of a bunch of things. Oh, dude, he might even be playing some Meat Grinder. He got something called Kwawat. I don't know what that is. But guys, I'm going to raid through to Lash. Reminder, I will be streaming tomorrow. I will be streaming on Thursday. We'll even have a short stream on Friday. And I'm going to be casting both days on the weekend. So you'll be seeing plenty of me this week. Just subscribe. But for now, go check out someone who's been getting a lot of subs. Looks like Lash is still in the middle of his subathon. Go give him some love across the wonderful Lash, a pillar of the German community. And I will hopefully see you all again tomorrow, bright and early, for more Age of Empires 4 action.